Hello, everyone. Welcome. Can you guys hear me? Thank you for joining us today. We're super excited to get the chance to share this experience with you. My name is James, and I'm the president of Miami Mindfulness. We have 3 other members on our e-board who have helped to plan this and who will be helping you lead through the day's events.
Hi, my name is Becca.
My name's Ayanna, and I'm also an e-board of Miami Mindfulness.
My name's Theresa. Nice to meet you guys.
If you don't know what Miami Mindfulness is, we are a student organization at dedicated to learning more about mindfulness principles. And we meet weekly to discuss different topics and meditate together. We wanted to create this retreat as a way to connect with other individuals in the mindfulness community because there are pockets all around campus, but sometimes we don't even cross paths. And today you'll meet some leaders from the counseling center, the music school, the religious studies department, and more. We recognize how in our own meetings we learn from each other, and we hope this will be in this retreat similar and a way to feel less alone in our individual practice through widening our circle. And if you're interested in learning more about our club and joining next semester, if you're a student, you can sign up via Engage in the Eventbrite email that we sent out. Becca, I'll pass it off to you.
Yes, so our first guest has been very helpful in helping us plan this entire event. So we wanted to thank her for all of her insight and guidance to get this whole thing going. She is a professor of psychology at She started Mindfulness in 2010, and she specializes in neuroscience research on attention. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Amishi Jha.
Hello. Good morning. Thank you, Becca. Everybody can hear me okay? Maybe, James, would you mind just putting yourself on mute? Because I'm still hearing that.
Yeah, sorry.
No worries. Well, first of all, I just want to say good morning. And I want to begin by thanking you guys because you all have done a fantastic job. It really does, with this current moment we're having, we're in a global pandemic. We've got our own social unrest in this country. And it gives me so much hope that a group of students would take the time to spend a Saturday all day nearing finals to organize such an event. So I really want to tell you how much that means to me and how much hope it gives me regarding the direction we're headed with student leaders like you. I think that we can all feel hopeful about what our future holds. So thank you for that. And yeah, it was my absolute pleasure to help you organize this event. I'm excited about all the guests that you've been able to assemble, all the speakers. They seem wonderful. Some I know, some I don't know. So it'll be a fun day. I also wanted to just, again, acknowledge your club because I think that it does exactly what you said. And I want to make sure that we consider it in the context of what Scott Rogers and I, in co-founding and leading Mindfulness, have been trying to do, which is build a community of practitioners, of people that are interested in this topic of mindfulness. So I think we're all connected. We're happy to kind of launch you and support you doing this. What I thought I'd do in the few moments I have before we get a chance to hear Scott lead us in our first morning meditation is say a little bit about mindfulness, because we all may be coming from sort of different perspectives on it. And in my lab at the University of Miami, our research is focused on mindfulness. And so I wanted to just share that kind of broader orientation to help anchor the conversation, whether it's a point of commonality across the day or differences that you might see that, oh, this perspective differs from the others, which I think is also absolutely fine. So just to say, we have a packed day, and I think they'll be telling you more about this as we go, but we have wonderful speakers coming up. I'm excited about Tim and Nikki and Justin and Maria and Dr. Lobo. It's going to be a wonderful day to hear from everybody. And so stick around. I'm not going to be able to necessarily be here the whole day, but I'm hoping to pop in and out as much as I possibly can. Okay, so just a word about Mindfulness, because we have been around since 2010. When I arrived at the University of Miami from the University of Pennsylvania, I was very fortunate to be able to partner up with Scott Rogers, who you'll hear from in a moment. He is the director of the Mindfulness in Law program for the University of Miami's Law School, and a dear close collaborator, dear friend and a close collaborator with my lab. He and I decided to come together and launch the U Mindfulness Initiative, which has given us this tremendous opportunity to connect with like-minded people on our faculty and more broadly in our community. And then also to bring people like students in for events and other things that we do. But just to give you a sense of what this entire enterprise of U Mindfulness is about, it's essentially three things. The first thing we're interested in is just like this event, community building, connecting, bringing in speakers to help inform our community regarding cutting edge mindfulness research, as well as opportunities for practice. We've had wonderful teachers come through. The second thing really is a deeper dive into practice. We host courses at the Wellness Center to allow people to come together. And the third really is around the research. It's the kind of thing that we do and that we want to promote, which is the science of mindfulness. Now, just last week, we had a very big conference, the Contemplative Research Conference, which I was involved in planning over the last few years. And this is a burgeoning field. The field of contemplative science really is a brand new area that connects the scholarly enterprise of what contemplative practice is, and mindfulness certainly falls within that, as well as other practices. So loving kindness practices, certain kinds of yogic practices. We all, these areas, which are really the world's wisdom traditions, are coming together to discuss from a scholarly perspective, and then to really provide an opportunity to research the impact that these practices have on individuals as they go through formal training programs to learn about them. And so that was very exciting. And I think our efforts very much connect with that. So this is just a little snapshot of what we've been up to. And you'll see, I think we've got, oh, there's Tim. Tim's in one of these photographs, but we've had the opportunity over the last 10 years to have many different speakers come through, et cetera. And I encourage you all, with the pandemic, we have slowed things down a bit, and we're going to be doing a virtual event at the end of January with a dear teacher, Sharon Salzberg, coming through. So just wanted to kind of broaden up and really say our arms are open, and we want to make sure that everybody in the Miami Mindfulness Club and anybody else that's interested in mindfulness that may not have encountered any of our events, make sure to keep an eye out so that they can join. We want to grow this community, and we're thrilled that this event today also helps us do that. So I think I've got maybe a minute left. And I just wanted to mention that we've been able to hold student retreats, partnering with, at that point, there wasn't a student club. This was back, I think, in 2014. We'd love to be able to do that. And once we're able to all be together again physically, just know that kind of vision of supporting students practicing is something we want to do. This is from a retreat we held at the Deering Estate a few years back. Okay, so I want to punctuate that it's important, I think, that we launch the day with an understanding of what mindfulness is, at least from one perspective, and then it can the conversation can evolve. And I'll just start with my own view of what I think mindfulness is. And I'll just read this description, right? Paying attention to present moment experience without conceptual elaboration or emotional reactivity. And the more straightforward way to say it is to be in the here and the now without a story about it, without editorializing around it. And some of the descriptors would be present-centered, non-judgmental, curious, open. So just keep that in the background through the course of the day as you hear all the different speakers, because I'm sure it'll anchor and triangulate around this particular view. But I think it's good to kind of keep in mind where we think mindfulness really sits out of all the possible things our mind does. And just to say that there are many, many benefits that now the science, I hear you, Ayanna, I see you, I should say, not hear you. Gosh, I don't know why this is shifting. Just to say that there are many, many benefits that the science now suggests support the beneficial effects. And I just want to give you the kind of lay of the land on that. Virtually every domain of human experience now has been researched with regard to what mindfulness training might be able to do to support wellness, well-being, flourishing, resilience, psychological health, all of us getting along and functioning well. And this really just goes into, again, the hopefulness that I feel in a group of students wanting to come together and put together opportunities for a community to practice and be together on a Saturday all day in the service of expanding the kind of footprint or mind print, I should say, of what mindfulness offers us all. So I'm now going to just end my little short time here by saying thank you. And I'm going to be passing it off to my colleague, because really all of this means nothing. If we spend all day talking and we do none of the practice itself, I think we're missing the key point of what mindfulness offers, which is the embodied opportunity to really have our presence front and center in our mind, even as we're listening. And I would say for all of you, even if you are listening to the lecture, listening to somebody present, think of that as your own mindfulness practice and use the person speaking as the anchor for your attention throughout the time. But my dear colleague, Scott Rogers, is going to lead us on a short, now shorter than probably he anticipated, practice to launch our day. So Scott.
Thank you, Amishi. And thank you everyone at Miami Mindfulness, the e-board, the membership, and our colleagues that are here today. What a treat to be together. And there'll be various practices that you'll have the opportunity to explore that move into different realms with different sort of aspirational aspects to our well-being and performance and ultimately the quality of our attention. So let's begin with a very fundamental practice where we'll be resting our attention on an object. You can choose the object that works or is most, feels most comfortable and appropriate to you. I'll suggest the breath, but it could be the hands or the feet. It could be sounds. And when we notice our mind wandering, the gentle reminder will be to come back to the breath or to that object of attention. Amishi mentioned conceptual elaboration, storytelling. We will have stories that will arise. Emotional reactivity, we will experience some emotional ups and downs along the way. It's all welcome. The question is, can we practice being a little bit more present and to hold those moments, to notice them as they come and they go, because that's what they do. So let us begin by bringing ourselves into a posture that's upright and stable. As we lower or close our eyes, whichever you prefer, resting attention on the sensations of the breath flowing through the body. Attending to the posture. We've been sitting for a while, but here we are saying, here I am from head to toe, side to side, belly to back. This body. Aware of the sensations of where your bottom may meet the seat beneath you, perhaps the cushion, or the back of the chair behind you. As you breathe. Aware of the sensations of the hands, the fingers, of the feet making contact with your socks or shoes or the ground. And because it can be helpful to take a few slower, deeper breaths to help achieve a slightly more relaxed state. We breathe in a little slower, a little more full. We breathe out a little slower, an even, tempered out breath. We may even notice a subtle shift in our mind and body's activity through that slower, deeper breath. And then allowing breathing to resume its natural pacing and rhythm, whatever that may be, in this moment. We attend to this moment just as it is. And should we wander away, lost in thought, and when we realize it, gently return to the object of attention, the breath. aware of this breath, aware of this body. Nothing to do, already aware, already here. And as we close this practice, perhaps checking in on your aspiration for today, your intention, a reminder, a moment of reflection. And see if we might carry a little bit of what we've cultivated through this short practice with your intention held, remembered, as we go through this wonderful day together. When you're ready, lifting the gaze, opening the eyes.
Thank you, Scott. That was great. So we're going to be doing the transition into our first speaker of the day, and our speaker, Timothy Connor. He is a full-time professor at the Frost School of Music, where he teaches a robust trombone studio of music majors. He has been studying and practicing mindfulness meditation since 2010, when he went on his first of 4 10-day silent retreats in Thailand. He is a member of the University of Miami's Mindfulness Research and Practice Initiative. So please join me in welcoming Timothy Connor.
Good morning, everyone. I am humbled to be following two heroes in my life, both Dr. Amishi Jha and Scott Rogers, who have been an inspiration to me on multiple occasions in many ways. So thank you to both of you for being here, and thank you for having me, and thank you for hosting this event. And all of you are to be commended for committing to this sort of thing, especially given where we are in the semester. And I think I just want to honor your commitment to mindfulness and your interest to mindfulness, and I hope this day turns out to be very fruitful and productive for everyone that's here. Becca or James, I just wanted to know, is it possible that I'm going to have the ability to share my screen during my presentation?
Yes, you should be able to share your screen. I made you a co-host. So
okay, great. Thank you. Thank you. So I'll just start off by maybe addressing the title of my presentation. And since Scott Rogers mentioned it, being a brass player, those of you that know about music, brass players use this thing called a mouthpiece. And on the mouthpiece, the way we make sound is by buzzing our lips. So the title comes from a conference that I was invited to speak at. The International Trombone Festival happens every year, different cities throughout the world, and this was held in Iowa at the University of Iowa. And they invited me to come and give a presentation on mindfulness and how I was using mindfulness with my students at Frost. And so we were trying to come up with a title, and the director of the festival said, hey, we need a really catchy title that will sort of like hook people in, because like a lot of conferences, there are multiple things going on at the same time. And so people have to choose, should I go to this presentation or should I go to that one? And so we came up with the title, The Mindfulness Buzz, thinking that all these trombone players would think we were going to get all into the ins and outs of buzzing on the mouthpiece. And so when they came, they were surprised to realize that that was not really what we were going to do. So incidentally, they invited me to come back the next year to the festival, which was held somewhere else. And they said, well, let's change the title. So they suggested Beyond the Mindfulness Buzz. So that's where that buzz comes from. But it's really true. There is a buzz around mindfulness. And it's been interesting for me to watch this buzz sort of intensify and grow over the years as more and more people get curious and interested in mindfulness. And then more importantly, people that actually start finding ways to incorporate mindfulness practice into their life in a way that actually is meaningful and actually it aids them and helps them. So I appreciate the introduction that Dr. Jha gave with a sort of a definition of mindfulness. I think, because it is a buzz, a lot of people are throwing around that word and maybe don't have the clearest understanding of what that is. So I wanted to just real quick invite you to, in the chat, maybe when you think of the topic or the word mindfulness, what's just the first thing that comes to your mind? And go ahead and enter that into the chat, and we'll sort of start from there. So someone says meditation, awareness.
This meeting is being recorded.
Calm, be conscious, good, present. Living a better life. Being in tune with yourself. Okay, all great things. So I'm gonna, I appreciate that nobody suggested that we, let me find this. Trying to share my screen here.
We see it.
Oh, you did see it. Okay, that is not the slide I wanted. Sorry about that. Let me try this again. Okay, now I think I can do this. Do we see that? Okay,
Yeah.
I appreciate that nobody entered in anything in the chat having to do with sitting in perfect bliss on the beach with perfect skin, with just the right outfit. I think that's an important thing to realize, that the media is very good at, let me come back here into the room. The media is very good at presenting images of what it must be like when you meditate. And I find that a lot of people go into mindfulness practice expecting perfect bliss and this sort of image of absolute Zen tranquility. And then they're very disappointed when that doesn't happen. And they very quickly think, oh, I'm not good at this, or this doesn't work, or I guess I'm not one of those people that can do that. So I'm glad that nobody put forth that idea, because I think of what's helped me and certainly my students quite a bit with mindfulness is the absolute practicality of this practice. And so, you know, there will be time throughout the day where people will talk about the research and the science behind it, which is absolutely stunning and it's terrific. I am not a scientist, so that's not the area that I should be speaking a lot about. So I'm going to speak more about the personal experience I've had in mindfulness and with my students. And I'm going to sort of highlight some of the common themes that seem to be, I get from my students that have started to practice mindfulness. So let's see, I think it's a good idea to try and be very fresh and clear-minded about this. My dad had a saying, he would tell my sister and I, it's good to have an open mind, but not so open that your brains fall out. And like a lot of things my dad said, you know, I was like, Dad, you know, we rolled our eyes when you said that, but you know, you were right. And so I think we can have a very open mind here about the topic of mindfulness, but we don't have to let our brains fall out. You know, this is not woohoo, wispy sort of like hocus pocus. I mean, the science is overwhelmingly suggesting that there is really something to this practice. So in addition to what you may learn about the benefits of mindfulness, also the proof is in your own life when you actually practice it. And that's been my sort of dual approach to mindfulness, is that I do want to learn about it. I want to understand how it affects the brain. I want to understand why it is so helpful to so many people and why it's exploding all over the world. But at the same time, I want to prove it to myself. I want to know how it helps me. And so it's practical and it's theoretical and it's academic and it's heartfelt. It's all of this at the same time. So I came to mindfulness maybe about 10 years ago when a colleague of mine, another musician, a flute player, gave me a plaque as a gift. And I'll see if I can put this plaque up here on the screen for you. Here we go again. I'm having trouble advancing my slides here. Sorry about that. If anyone has a suggestion, I'm doing this from Keynote.
Try the little arrow at the bottom, kind of translucent. See if you scroll down to the bottom of your slide. No?
No.
I think on the left, if you press view, you might be able to view the slides.
Okay, here we go. Do we see that? Okay, great. So the plaque is was a quote from a very famous Vietnamese monk, Thich Nhat Hanh, who is very, very much towards the very final stages of his life. But this plaque that was given to me was all written in beautiful calligraphy, and this was what was on the plaque. Breathing in, I calm my body. Breathing out, I smile. So I put that on the wall in my house, and I guess I just sort of memorized it. And I found this phrase popping up into my mind quite a bit, and it became something that was really helpful when I was feeling anxious or feeling overwhelmed or feeling stressed out. And it was very helpful to me in music performance when I would get a little bit nervous about what was about to happen and anything that was I was about to do in the orchestra or in any sort of performance. If the anxiety started to rise a little bit more than what was comfortable, I just went back to this phrase: breathing in, I calm my body; breathing out, I smile. And I think I look at that as being the doorway that sort of I walked through to start being interested in mindfulness, because I was noticing that when I did focus on the movement of my breath in and out of my body, that had not only a calming effect physically on my body, but also a calming effect on my mind. And so I started to get very curious about the relationship to breathing. And I knew, you know, that people worked on their breath. I knew a little bit about breath work, and I knew about meditation, although I'd never done it. But I got curious about how the focusing on the breath could actually affect the relaxation of your mind. And so I, just real quick, I got involved in a few different organizations and started reading some books. And the big moment for me was going to Thailand. I had the opportunity to go there and just do some traveling. It was primarily because of the food that I went. And I ended up going on a 10-day silent meditation retreat, what you might call jumping into the deep end of the pool. Not really knowing what I was getting into, but very, very interested in doing this. And so basically that was 10 days where you get up at 3:30 in the morning and you spend all day long doing nothing other than meditating. You sleep on a concrete bed with a wooden pillow, 2 meals a day, etc. The short story is, after about the third day, I wanted to quit because I was just bored out of my mind. One of the monks encouraged me not to quit, and I didn't, and I stayed, and I'm so glad I stayed. And it was a transformational experience. And from that point on, I was all in, as far as like, this is something I want to learn about. This is something I want to incorporate into my life. So I went through mindfulness-based stress reduction training, 8-week program, actually on through the campus at University of Miami. And then went through a program called MPEAK out in California at the University of California, San Diego, which is a program for athletes. And as a musician, I've always been interested in what the sports world knows about mental side of performance and how that can apply to musicians and music performance. The athletic world has always been a little bit further ahead in their understanding of the mental side of their sport or their game, and musicians have been a little bit slower to come to that. But now it's universal, and so the program for athletes I found really interesting and helped me understand better how I could use mindfulness practice with my students in music. And now that's what we do. So the past few years, I've been offering a weekly drop-in mindfulness class for students at Frost. I think James has come to that a few times. And then I've been making presentations for different populations throughout the music school for the past several years. The most interesting and intimidating one was for a group of guys in a men's music fraternity called Phi Mu Alpha. They had like a regional conference, and there were like 150 guys, 150 very skeptical guys, sort of glaring at me like, you're not going to tell me that there's anything to this meditation stuff, are you? And that was really awesome, because by the end of the session, most of them were like, this was pretty cool, thank you so much. So that's kind of my background, and want to maybe move ahead now to a couple other slides. let's see. Okay, so how many of you brushed your teeth this morning? Raise your hand if you brushed your teeth this morning. Thank you very much. We all appreciate that. There was a time when not everybody did that. Colgate, Crest, those were not always companies, but now you routinely brush your teeth, and hopefully you do this more than just in the morning. That's between you and your teeth. But and there are places in the world where people don't brush their teeth. But the point there is we've come to know that brushing your teeth is good for your what? For your dental hygiene. And it's just a practice that we've all adopted on a regular basis to take care of our teeth. And we don't even think twice about that. We don't have an argument about whether, should I really do that or not? We just know that it's good. So in a similar way, let's see, I can show you another picture. Can you see that? No. There we go. Can we see that? Okay, how many of you have gone running recently? Maybe that's something that you enjoy. Maybe that's something that you do on a regular basis. But if you see someone going running, is it because they're being chased? No. If you saw someone running around the lake on campus with their headphones on, you wouldn't get scared unless something actually terrible was happening, but that's unlikely. You would probably just acknowledge that they're doing something really good for their health. We know that running is good for your circulation. It's good for your heart. Wonderful form of exercise. A lot of people that run find it good to clear out their minds. So it's not strange to see someone running. And so we know that running is good for the body. Physical exercise. So we can think of mindfulness practice as being good for your mind, good practice for taking care of your mind, good exercise for your mind. We might even call it mental hygiene. So I like comparing those three things together, the teeth brushing, the running, and the mindfulness practice, because I really think that's where we're at now, where overwhelmingly people that study this understand that the benefits of mindfulness practice are beginning to be understood the same way we understand exercise in the body, brushing your teeth for dental hygiene. And as a 57-year-old man, it's been actually awesome to watch the growing body of research continue to expand and support what people and cultures throughout thousands of years have just known on a practical basis, the benefits of mindfulness practice. And so now that we have this deepening understanding of the research of why it helps and why it is helpful and why it is good for your mental state, that to me is just exciting. That as Dr. Jha mentioned, this field of contemplative science and the fact that we can actually understand from a scientific standpoint what's going on when we actually slow down on purpose, carve out time to practice mindfulness, and what does that do to the makeup of your brain? I find it incredibly exciting and fascinating. So let's see. I think I've gone through a lot of the slides that I had. I think one more. Sorry, my Zoom skills are a little bit limited because I don't do this that often. Okay, here's another slide. How many of you feel like often you are juggling several things at once and have that sense that you don't want to drop anything, and that basically you're just have several things up in the air and you're really, really hoping that nothing falls to the ground? I think that's an expression that I've heard from a lot of my students, that they feel as the semester goes on, they feel like more and more things they're being responsible for, and they feel like they have so many balls in the air at once, and they're very much concerned about not dropping the ball. They're afraid of not forgetting something. They're afraid that they're going to miss out on something. And so this idea of juggling is a little bit of a chaotic sort of thing. And I think what mindfulness practice allows you to do is perhaps stop juggling so much and maybe just have one thing at a time. And I like the juggling analogy because that has been a very powerful experience for me in my life as I've practiced mindfulness. The feeling of juggling several things at once is very stressful to me. And mindfulness practice has shown me that it is possible to pick up one thing at a time. I have not mastered this at all, but I can say with assurance that I've more often than not find myself having the ability to pick up one thing at a time and be more fully present with the one thing that I'm doing instead of feeling like I have everything up in the air at once. So that's a helpful analogy for me to use. And then another thing a lot of my students will express as the semester goes on, and certainly is happening right now, is a feeling that there is just too much on their plate. There you go. Is that how your semester feels right now? That much on your plate, right? That's been a phrase that's been in use for a long time, that I just have too much on my plate. So the idea here is with mindfulness, it is a way to realize that you are not going to consume everything on your plate at once. You might be able to take one bite at a time, digest that, and sort of not be overwhelmed with everything that's on your plate. I have a student this week that actually said that they have a lot on their plate, but at this point they can see everything on the plate. And as the semester comes to a close, they'll be able to enjoy watching those things on the plate start disappearing. And the plate gets a little bit thinner, a little bit lighter, until that magic moment when you realize that you're actually done for the semester and your plate is empty. So that's another helpful image, I think. So stressed out, that's the other way mindfulness has helped me, and I certainly know my students. Stress is something that was not always a part of our life. I couldn't tell you when. I'm sure Dr. Amishi Jha could tell you this, but the idea that we are stressed out is a modern society sort of concept, and very quickly what people realize is that stress is not good for the body. And so the mindfulness-based stress reduction program that was started by John Kabat-Zinn has certainly caught fire around the world and been studied very carefully and held up under incredible scrutiny, and has helped an enormous amount of people deal with stress in their life. So maybe you're feeling that now at the end of the semester, where you sit down to do your work and you might feel that maybe this is how you look. Let me find this. Maybe that's how you feel when you sit down at your laptop and you have a bunch of sticky notes with all the things that are on your plate and all the things that you have to do, and that causes you to feel stressed out. And then the other way this can certainly show up at this time of the semester is feeling very anxious. And maybe this is what it looks like for you at night, and you have trouble going to sleep. So this is another way mindfulness can be of benefit. It can help you cope and deal with mounting anxiety that builds. So those are kind of the themes or little things I want to touch upon. And I think it's what I want to do now is do like a 10-minute guided practice with all of you. And then that will leave a few minutes at the end for additional comments or a little bit of a discussion. So if everyone's game for that, I would invite you to, if you don't have headphones on, to go ahead and stand up, just to sort of like refresh your body, and stand up in front of your screen. And let your arms hang down at your side. Just shake them out a little bit. You feel your left foot and your right foot on the ground beneath you. Just getting a sense of where you are in your room, wherever your location is. Just taking in the environment and noticing how you feel right now on this Saturday, about 10:40 in the morning. And we'll take a few deliberate breaths together. So let's take a long breath in through the nose and let it out through your mouth. Another long breath in through the nose, letting it out through the mouth. One more long breath in through the nose, letting it all out through the mouth. Thank you. And just consider what mindfulness practice might have for you today. We all have different experiences with mindfulness. So some of you may have been doing this for a long time. Some of you, this might be very new sort of practice, but let's see if we can have a fresh attitude on this Saturday about what mindfulness has in store for you and how it might be of benefit to you in your life as a student, as a person, in your relationships, and just living your life to the fullest. Maybe there's a reason why there's a buzz around mindfulness. So whenever you're ready, take your seat. And I would invite you to gently close your eyes so that you're not distracted by all the other objects that are in your room. If you would rather leave them open, that's fine too. Let the eyes be very lazy, just kind of gazing in front of you so that you're not staring or looking around. If your eyes are closed, let them be gentle so you're not squeezing them. And the idea here is that we're going to get comfortable for a couple minutes. To do that, we will pay attention to how our body feels in the chair that you're sitting in, just noticing the contact that your body makes with the chair that supports you, noticing how it feels. Maybe adjusting your posture a little bit so that you're relaxed and comfortable, but at the same time awake and alert. Maybe allowing your body to be upright, but not uptight. Feeling the chair supporting you, being aware of the floor beneath you. And we'll do a short body scan just to notice how our body feels, noticing any sensations along the way, particularly any tension that we might be able to loosen up or relax just a bit. So starting at the top of your head, relaxing your forehead, softening your eyes, relaxing your face, relaxing your jaw and the tongue, moving down to your neck, noticing any tightness there, and down to your shoulders where most of us carry a lot of tension. Let your shoulders drop down away from your neck, and moving down to your arms, feeling the weight of your arms, and down to your hands, noticing any sensations in your hands. Maybe you feel tingling or circulation. Maybe your hands are cold or warm. And now moving to the chest area, just noticing what that feels like. If it's a little bit tight, maybe you can relax and open that area up just a bit. Moving down to your belly, letting your belly be soft. Feeling the weight of your hips in the chair. And noticing both of your legs. Noticing the length of your legs as they reach down to your feet. And feeling both your left foot and your right foot if they're making contact with the surface of the floor beneath you. We'll let our body be a stable container for the next couple of minutes. As we bring our attention now to the sensation of breathing, feeling the fullness of your breath as you breathe in, feeling the fullness of the breath as it goes back out, allowing the breath to be an anchor, anchoring your attention to the breath. Wherever you feel the breath most vividly. For you, it might be at the tip of the nose. Or for you, it might be in movement and expansion of the chest. Or maybe a little lower in the belly. Choose that spot, gently placing your attention there. As your breath comes in and as your breath goes back out. You don't need to breathe with any special technique or force the breath. Just following the natural rhythm of your breath coming in and your breath going out. And if your mind wanders, and it probably will, just notice that has happened. It's okay. Gently coming back to the sensation of the breath. And see if you can get a little closer to your breath. Noticing the point where the breath begins. Noticing the length of your inhale. Noticing where the breath turns around. Noticing the length of your exhale and how your breath dissolves. And noticing the space before the next breath begins. And as you continue to stay with your breath, let your awareness expand a bit to include your whole body as it breathes. Feeling your whole body breathe in and feeling your whole body breathe back out. And as you continue to stay right there with the breath, let your awareness open up even more to include sounds that are in the room. Just being aware of sound. Noticing sounds that appear. Noticing sounds that go away. And maybe sounds that are more constant. Noticing the spaciousness of the room. And noticing the spaciousness of your mind when your mind is a bit settled and not quite so agitated. If this is a pleasant sensation for you, give yourself permission to rest here for a moment. Breath coming in. Breath going back out. And we'll close our practice this morning by feeling gratitude, allowing ourselves to feel gratitude for this day. Feeling gratitude for who you are. Feeling gratitude for who you are becoming. Feeling gratitude for all that you have. Gratitude for this day. Feeling gratitude for this breath. And gratitude for this breath. So now to close, whenever it feels right for you, simply let go of the meditation practice. And gently coming back into the room by opening up your eyes. Thank you all very much for practicing mindfulness. Give yourself a mental pat on the back for choosing to hold your attention steady on the breath like that. It's not easy. Usually what we say in our sessions with our students is, you know, the instructions couldn't be any more simple. Sit still and follow the breath. But oh my gosh, is that difficult. So in the last few minutes that we have, maybe we can talk about what that experience was like, or any other general observations or questions. You know, it would be interesting to have a transcript of all the thoughts that popped up over the last 10 minutes or so. Maybe we wouldn't want those to be published. Not because they're bad, but because they're probably just all over the place, you know. Mm-hmm. Did anybody find that incredibly difficult? With a mind that was sort of jumping all over the place? Feel free to unmute yourself, and we'll just, you know, we don't need to be formal with the hand raising. If anyone would like to speak, just go ahead.
Hi, hi, this is Vijay. I just want to say I reinvented myself with amazing new reality. It was such a good thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
I had a quick question. Sorry. Am I echoey? I'm hearing it somewhere. But you said earlier.
Becca, we're having trouble hearing you. Oh, we hear you now.
Okay, yeah, that was weird. It was getting very echoey. Yeah, I was just wondering about how to not try to make meditation feel a certain way, because you're talking about it's not about like feeling very blissed out and always going into it and feeling good, because obviously we see that it does bring like relaxation benefits. So what's like, how do we like not do that and not go into it with super high expectations? Because I feel like I've had times when I'm like, oh, I didn't meditate right because I came out of it not feeling as relaxed as I wanted to. So like, how do we like approach it with more non-judgment, I guess, like in a practical way?
Well, I think you answered your own question there when you said the non-judgmental aspect of it. And I think that's important to recognize. You know, with so many things that we do, we want to evaluate, this was good, this was bad. We are constantly, as human beings, doing that all the time. We're putting labels. I like this, I don't like that. I want this, I don't want that. And I think with this practice, you have to be willing to give it a little bit more room and recognize that there will be some days that are blissful, where you feel like you do have perfect skin and that you're like sitting on a most peaceful, you know, place on a beach or something, and those are beautiful moments. But there are certainly other times when you practice where your brain is just jumping all over the place, going a mile a minute, and you just can't seem to slow it down. So I think that alone is a lesson there, that why the practice can be really helpful is that some days your mind really is just all over the place. I think people that are expecting that perfect bliss every time will certainly be disappointed. I'm certainly glad when it happens, and that encourages me to keep doing this more. But I'm careful not to go into it demanding that result or expecting that result. Maybe one way to think about it is your mind is like a garden, and mindfulness practice is a way of cultivating the garden. Like if you've ever taken care of a garden, you have to take care of the weeds, and you have to do some pruning and cut some things out and move some things around. So mindfulness practice can help you cultivate a more stable mind, more clear mind, a healthier mind, all those sort of good things. But we have to be careful that we're not quick to judge. Oh, you'll notice maybe this was difficult, or yesterday was better than today. That's natural. But the idea that you're in search of this perfect result every time to put another gold star on the wall for yourself or something, that's probably not so helpful.
Professor, I had a question. So being a musician myself, I'm also a trombone player. I wanted to ask you, do you think having a stable meditation routine affects like concerts or solos or duets in a positive way?
Absolutely, Matthew. Nice to have you here. What I would say is that it again having to do with cultivating. I think what I've certainly noticed, and definitely students of mine at Frost that have incorporated this, is over time that ability to focus and calm the mind down and let go of all the other mental clutter and be more fully present. Which of course in music is just huge. Focus, attention, being in the present moment, all of that. It's important for all of us, but it's a very specific thing when you're playing music. And so I think what people find is that it literally sets yourself up to very quickly access that clear-mindedness of focus, where you're not distracted by everything else that you may be worried about in your life, and you can be more fully present with the music. And one of the most beautiful things I'll hear from a student is when they tell me that the music is more vivid and the music is more pleasurable because of their incorporation of mindfulness practice. That, to me, those are just golden words when someone discovers that. Yeah.
All right, I think that's all the time we have for questions because we're about to get ready for our next speaker. So thank you so much, Tim.
Can I ask one question first?
Oh, yeah, really quick.
I was trying to unmute myself and that took some time. Professor Connor, thank you so much. What I wanted to know from you is that does your practice and practice of mindfulness improve the strength of the breath? While playing, can it increase the strength of the breath eventually?
I would say strength wouldn't be the word, because I think the type of breathing is very different. When you're following your breath in a mindfulness practice, you're following the natural rhythm. You're not trying to tense up the breath or control the breath. You're allowing the breath just to move on its own terms. And I think it's very different on the instrument when you're choosing how much to breathe in and then how to use that breath. I do think there's a relationship there, though, where the natural flow of breath becomes even more of a beautiful thing on a wind instrument, is that we just take a breath in and we blow it out through whatever our instrument is and turns that into sound. So to me, that's a beautiful thing over and over and over. Every breath that we take in sets us up to blow something back out on the instrument. So that relationship, I think, is, quote, strengthened, but not strengthened in a physical conditioning sort of way, if that makes sense.
Deep breathing?
Deep breathing?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Becca.
Thank you. And thank you again to Tim. That was really enjoyable, and I feel like we learned a lot through that. So we're going to be having our next speaker come on, and her name is Nikki. Nikki McGowan. Nikki has been teaching yoga for over 12 years. A native of St. Cloud, Minnesota, she moved to Miami in 2006 to pursue a track and field career and an exercise physiology degree from the University of Miami. Now a published author, Nikki teaches yoga and meditation all over South Florida and online, and owns the yoga studio Red Cheetah Yoga. Nikki's specialties in yoga include power vinyasa yoga, yoga for athletes, breathing meditation, and crystal singing bowl meditation. When not on her yoga mat, Nikki trains and competes in CrossFit, enjoys Pilates and reading, and maintains a vegetable and flower garden at her home. Please join me in welcoming Nikki McGowan.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Good. Give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. Yeah, okay, great. Thank you for the introduction. And I also want to say thanks so much for reaching out to me and finding my pranayama YouTube videos. I do have to make another introduction. He will interrupt us. This is Sparkles the unicorn dog. He's a little chihuahua. He's the perfect combination of love and anxiety. If anyone needs meditation, it's this dog. So he will probably interrupt us often. I am going to put us through a whole breathing routine. If you've seen my video on YouTube, Becca did mention that I have two videos. I don't know if they posted both or one of them. But Becca did mention that my videos are posted on, I'm not sure which website it was. Sparkle, stop. He's chewing on my belt loop. Stop. All right. So what I'm going to teach you today is essentially the breathing routine that I learned. I moved here 15 years ago. I started doing yoga when I was really young. I think it was like around 11 or 12 when I started. I actually kept my practice secret because I thought I was going to be made fun of. I've been an athlete my entire life. My parents put me into sports because I was very hyper as a child. And I channeled a lot of that energy through track and field. I was a sprinter for 20 years. And I started getting really into yoga because my high school coaches were both, one was a dance teacher or a dance coach rather, because she did competitive dance line. And the other one was a gymnast. So my coaches really preached the value of stretching, and I thought stretching was boring. And my best friend did yoga, and she got me into yoga. At first, I thought it was really dumb and boring, but I stuck with it anyway. And I noticed very quickly that it really launched my sprinting career forward. And I don't think I would have been able to run at and achieve the level of success in the 200 that I did if it wasn't for my yoga practice. And a lot of that is attributed to the breath. And I even used a lot of the breath work in practice as well as in competition. So we're going to cover 4 exercises today. I'm getting present to you guys are probably going to feel really blissed out by the end of this whole experience. I'm going to teach you 4 different exercises. Some of them you've already been doing with some of our previous speakers. So I'm going to build off of them. I'm going to be throwing quite a few pranayama terms at you guys. So if you want, like, I didn't do a visual presentation for you, but if you need me to spell anything, just hop on the chat and ask, and I will definitely spell things for you. All right, so pranayama is the name of, essentially the name of breath work in Sanskrit. It does not in and of itself mean breath. Prana means life force energy in Sanskrit, which is essentially the same word as chi or ki from other Oriental traditions. Yama, the second half of the word, there's actually 2 different ways to break down the word pranayama. So prana always remains the same as life force energy, and we get it through our breath. It isn't essentially our breath, it comes in through our breath. You can also get pranayama into your body by eating really healthy food. The word yama, Y-A-M-A, It means to constrict or to constrain. And what that refers to is the breath holding component. So you guys are going to be holding your breath a lot in the practice I'm about to teach you. Ayama, so there's two ways to break down the word pranayama. There's prana yama or prana ayama, A-Y-A-M-A. So that means control. So there's two ways to interpret the word pranayama. It can mean like constricting your life force, which actually draws it out longer, or it means like control of life force, which has the same effect. All right, so hopefully Sparkles will stay on the ground. He might whine during this. He might even bark a little bit. I'll try to speak over him and stay really centered for you guys so you can follow the instruction. So to establish your meditation seat, by the way, breathing in and of itself from a traditional point of view is not considered meditation in and of itself. For my personal practice, I do consider it meditation, and it's one of the most powerful ways to meditate. And I'm actually going to get into a little bit of the science behind some of this. I got really into the science side of meditation when I want to say about 10 years ago. I had just graduated with my degree in exercise physiology, and I was really curious to know why I liked myself as a human better when I was meditating consistently compared to when I wasn't. So a lot of the things that you guys have been hearing during this retreat up till now, and I'm sure the things you'll hear after me, it actually is rooted and grounded in real scientific studies, and science definitely supports the practice of meditation of any kind. I like to focus on breathing meditation, but it's not the only kind of meditation that's out there. There's hundreds of different ways to meditate. So establishing your seat. You're gonna sit up really tall. If you're sitting in a chair, you want your hips, knees, and ankles to be at 90 degrees. Now, if you don't have a chair that creates that, that's fine. Your work is creating a tall, upright spine and posture. If there's a back on your chair, straighten up. When you straighten up, your upper body should move away from the back of your chair. Shoulders back and down. Your hands can be on your thighs, palms down, or you can turn your hands palms up. Close your eyes. Breathe only through your nose. Inhale loud and slow. Exhale loud and slow. First exercise, it essentially has two names. Ujjayi, if you guys have done yoga, you'll recognize the word Ujjayi. It means victorious breath. And as a yoga teacher, I always say that your greatest victory is eliminating distraction. The second name for this breathing exercise, it's really specific to meditation itself, is Durga. D-I-R-G-A, not to be confused with the goddess who's actually on my wall behind me. So Durga breathing is full body breathing. Inhale, expand your belly, expand your torso. And at the top of your breath, your collarbones lift. Exhale, collarbones fall. Ribs hug in. Pull your belly in. To add in the Ujjayi quality of your breath, engage the whisper muscles in the back of your throat. So breathing only through your nose. This does these two things combined, breathing through your nose and constricting the muscles in your throat, creates a noisy breath in the space of your head. Your exhales will be louder than your inhales. Everyone breathe in together, expand your torso. Breathe out together, contract your torso. Now, if we were all in a room together, you'd be able to hear each other breathing. And according to scientific psychological studies, one of the most intimate ways for humans to bond with each other is to breathe in unison. Inhale your biggest. Exhale your loudest. Now, as we move through the next 3 exercises, this is the exercise we come back to in between the 3 main exercises. This is considered your palate cleanser breath. It stabilizes your energy. We're going to increase the energetic output of your body with every breathing exercise we do. I do this in a very specific order. If you ever forget anything, feel free to always reach out to me, or you can find my YouTube videos of this exact same practice on YouTube when you search Red Cheetah Yoga. So the first exercise we're going to practice is box breathing. This one's the most simple besides the Ujjayi Dirga breath. You can employ Ujjayi and Dirga during this exercise. Box breathing is in 4 parts. You're going to inhale, hold, exhale, and hold. I'll give you a 4 count for each. It's called box breathing because each component is evenly measured. That means you need to inhale or exhale a little slower or faster to meet the count. That's the purpose of this exercise. So sit up nice and tall, shoulders relaxed down away from your ears. Everyone together, take a comfortable breath in to prepare. Breathe out completely. And inhale slow for 4, 3, 2, 1. Hold your breath. 4, 3, 2, 1. Exhale. 4, 3, 2, 1. Empty completely. 4, 3, 2, 1. Inhale. 4, 3, 2, 1. Hold. 4, 3, 2, 1. Exhale. 4, 3, 2, 1. Hold your breath out. 4, 3, 2, 1. Inhale. 4, 3, 2, 1. Hold. 4, 3, 2, 1. Exhale. 4, 3, 2, 1. Hold. 4, 3, 2, 1. Take a big breath in. Loud, slow breath out. Come back to your connected inhales and exhales. Breathe in, expand your torso. Breathe out, contract your torso. I call box breathing a centering breath. It's actually a variation of ancient pranayama. This specific exercise is actually employed by the Navy SEALs, and it was created and adapted by a Navy SEAL who's also a CrossFit coach and gym owner and a yoga teacher, who created box breathing, and it helps the Navy SEALs control and eliminate their fear when they're training and doing missions. So the next exercise you're going to learn in Sanskrit is called Anuloma Viloma. It's also called alternate nostril breathing. So if you need to open your eyes and watch the video, I will be doing this one with you. You're going to use your right hand, and you're going to create the Vishnu Mudra with your right hand, which looks like this. Thumb and ring finger connects. So before we start the rounds, I'm going to show you a quick version of what this looks like. The count will remain the same as box breathing, except we're not going to hold on the exhale. We're only going to hold on the breath in. So the claw of your hand of this mudra is going to control your nostrils like so. We'll inhale to a count of 4, closing your left nostril with your ring finger. Inhale through your right for a count of 4. Pinch and hold for a count of 4. Exhale left for 4. Inhale left for 4, hold for 4, and we'll exhale right for 4. All of that is 1 round. We're going to do 2 to 3 rounds. If you get lost, I'm going to keep teaching. Just jump right back in if you get lost. All right. What this exercise does is, in the traditional viewpoint from ancient yoga tradition, is this balances right and left side hemisphere of your brain. I believe that modern studies have not supported that idea. However, the experience you should have is an intense sense of stress relief. So with your right hand, everyone, bring your hand into position right in front of your face with your thumb and index finger apart. You can choose to do this with your eyes closed if you're practiced in this exercise. I am going to be voicing all of the commands, so if you're good at listening, you can keep your eyes closed. At any point, open your eyes and watch me if you get lost. Take a breath in through your nose. Loud breath out through your nose. Hold your breath out and close your left nostril with your ring finger. Inhale through your right for 4, 3, 2, 1. Pinch your nose closed. Hold. 4, 3, 2, 1. Exhale left. 4, 3, 2, 1. Breathe in left. 4, 3, 2, 1. Hold. 4, 3, 2, 1. Exhale right. 4, 3, 2, 1. Inhale right. 4, 3, 2, 1. Hold. 4, 3, 2, 1. Exhale left. 4, 3, 2, 1. Inhale left. 4, 3, 2, 1. Hold. 4, 3, 2, 1. Exhale right. 4, 3, 2, 1. Inhale right. 4, 3, 2, 1. Hold. 4, 3, 2, 1. Exhale left. 4, 3, 2, 1. Inhale left. 4, 3, 2, 1. Hold. 4, 3, 2, 1. Exhale right. 4, 3, 2, 1. Drop your right hand. Close your eyes. Take a big breath in through your nose. Loud breath out through your nose. Full body inhale. Full body exhale. Present to the experience of breathing through both nostrils at the same time again. For some of you, it might be a relief. One more big inhale. Complete exhale. Last exercise is breath of fire, Kapalabhati. Some of you may already know this. This one is an energy raising exercise. So we'll do 3 rounds of this. This one is a little tougher. This one's actually a fast breath. So the purpose of this one is actually the one that this whole sequence builds up to. And the purpose of it is to clear your mind out. I love what Tim said about, you made the connection of brushing your teeth. When I lead yoga teacher trainings and when I lead meditation classes, I use that same exact analogy. You don't think twice about brushing your teeth. Consider breath of fire is like brushing your teeth for your brain. In fact, its nickname is called skull polishing because it's very fast and quick, and it's like little scrubbers on the inside of your skull, emptying out everything. So for those of you who work really well with visualization, it's a great thing to visualize in Breath of Fire that you're, with every rapid exhale, you're exhaling out a thought, a memory, a conversation inside your head with yourself or someone else, any images that are in there. The work of this one is to completely let go of everything you've accumulated up here. That's why we do 3 rounds of this. It's one of the most important exercises. It's also one of the most challenging to perform, right? We're not too concerned with getting it right. We're just concerned with practice. And this one, some of you guys will find your body temperature might increase a lot. That's totally normal and actually part of the purpose of this exercise. You might heat up a little bit. We're doing 3 rounds. At the end of each round, we're doing a breath hold. At the end, and every round, that breath hold does increase. This one might make you feel a little dizzy. So I encourage all of you to start with your eyes closed, but if you start getting dizzy and lightheaded, open your eyes and find a focal point. Keep the breath going if you can. If you lose the rhythm, just like with the other exercises, just come right back into my instruction. If you guys have any questions about this, as we're going, feel free to type it into the chat. We're going to separate each of these 3 rounds with a couple rounds of the Durga Ujjayi breath to stabilize your energy. You're going to find you're going to need it. Okay, so 3 rounds. We're going to start. I'm going to assume that there's beginners in this class who have never done this before. So every single of these rounds, I'm going to start with a little drill exercise. And actually, Sparkles might get a little feisty, so I'm going to put him on the floor for this. All right, so Breath of Fire. Sit up really tall. If you wish, you can start with your eyes open to watch the drill that I'm going to do. And actually, let me demonstrate this before we get right into it. So this is what Breath of Fire looks and sounds like. So if you could see my whole torso, you would see that my belly is contracting in hard and fast. The purpose of this exercise is to only focus on your exhale. Your body is designed to inhale on its own. Some of you who are kind of new to this, you might find you're going to force your inhale and your exhale. It's not wrong. It's actually a totally different breathing exercise that actually ramps up your heating energy even more. So if you're having a hard time only focusing on the exhale, exhaling hard and fast from the pit of your belly, if you force the inhale too, it's going to be a little slower. And it's going to be a little slower, and you're going to ramp up your internal body heat even more. All right. So go with it. You guys got this. This one is a little tougher, but we're going to do 3 rounds. You're going to get it by the end. So sit up really tall, shoulders relaxed away from your ears. If you're practicing this, you can keep your eyes closed. If you need a visual cue, you can keep your eyes open in the beginning. So the drill exercise begins like this. Open your mouth, stick out your tongue, and pant like a dog. Close your mouth, keep going. Breathe out. Breathe in deep. Hold your breath. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Breathe out. Big, slow inhale. Loud, slow exhale. Fill your lungs. Ujjayi, victorious breath. Victorious, slow exhale. One more big breath in. Loud, slow breath out. Round 2. Sit up tall, relax your shoulders. Remember, your exhale comes from your belly. Shoulders and chest stay as still as you can. Breathe in halfway. Open your mouth, stick out your tongue, pant like a dog. Close your mouth, keep going. Breathe out. Breathe in. Hold your breath. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Breathe out. 3 of your loudest, slowest Ujjayi Durga breaths. The dichotomy of the fast breath with the breath holds and the slow breaths is the power of this exercise. One more big slow inhale. Loud slow exhale. Last round of breath of fire. Option to start with the jog pant drill, or you can go right into breathing only through your nose. I'll demonstrate with the drill. Everyone breathe in together. Open your mouth, stick out your tongue, pant like a dog. Close your mouth, keep going. Breathe out. Breathe in. Hold your breath. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45. Breathe out. Five of your loudest, slowest Ujjayi Durga breaths. Stabilize your energy. Land in your center. As you complete breath 5, blink your eyes open. Who would like to share your experience of any part of that whole routine? You can type it in or unmute yourself.
I can just say that after a while, like towards the 3rd round, I was kind of lightheaded and I wanted to stop, and you get sort of a dizziness from all the deep breathing, especially with the victorious breaths, because it's like one after the other and you're breathing in deeply and breathing out deeply. So I was a little lightheaded.
Yeah, great. That's definitely an experience. And what's happening, especially with the breath of fire, like the result of that lightheadedness is that you're actually increasing the oxygen content in your blood, which is affecting your brain. So the more you practice this, that experience will go away. And when it comes to meditation practice of any kind, my default is the breathing, because I feel like it's the most powerful and most efficient. I always tell all my students to commit to 2 practices a day, one in the morning, one at night. Most days you'll probably get 2 meditate twice a day. And if you miss a day, you've done it once a day. So commit to twice a day and you'll find how quickly, especially breath of fire, really all of these exercises, you're going to advance really, really quickly. Who else would like to share? I think I saw comments. Yeah, heat increases in your body a lot. Who said that? Let me double check. That was VJ. Yes. Yeah, so that exercise, most of these exercises, the Ujjayi box breathing, actually Ujjayi is technically a heating exercise. If any of you guys do yoga, Ujjayi, victorious breath, is considered like a gentle heating exercise. But the other ones, box breathing and alternate nostril breathing, is a little more cooling. Jonathan says, yeah, challenging to keep panting out and keeping your breath even. Feels clumsy. Yeah, that's part of the experience. With time, with practice, it definitely gets easier. I've been doing these exercises for 10 years. Breath of fire can still be really clumsy for me, especially if I've been neglecting my practice. But it's definitely a practice that forces you to really pay attention, and it feels really good. And part of the science behind breath of fire, some research that's coming out around it, like why it makes you feel like people will open their eyes and feel so happy afterwards. I don't know if you guys have heard of Wim Hof. He's an incredible researcher, and he designed his own method of breathing exercises, but it's very similar to breath of fire in its intensity and focusing on the exhale. And some of the research that's coming out around it, like why they postulate why it makes people feel so happy on the other side, is because it mimics like the breathing that we have during sexual activity, which is a lot of fast exhales. So maybe you'll notice that in the next like few weeks, or maybe forever. That'll be lodged in your memory. Becca says, I noticed it was easier to hold breath longer with each round. Is it similar to Wim Hof method? Yes, it is Wim Hof method. I recommend, if you want to check out Wim Hof method, find an instructor who teaches it. There's an amazing instructor at Buddhist University here in Wynwood. The teachers there are unbelievable, in that to me is like the ultimate like physical experience, like raw physical experience of breathing. You lay down in a shavasana position, you have an instructor teaching you a really intense exercise similar to breath of fire, and you use mouth and nose for the exhale, and it's actually like a more aggressive exhale, and the instructor makes you hold your breath, though that is also the same format, and the breath holds are actually longer. I think you finish with a 90-second breath hold. And I've had an instructor before make us hold our breath out at the end of the last session. And after the 90-second hold, he had us over and do push-ups holding our breath out. And everyone broke their personal record for the most amount of push-ups they did. Does anybody know why that would happen? You can unmute, or you can add to the chat. Anyone have an idea why you do more push-ups with no breath in your lungs after an exercise like this?
I have a guess. I think that at least I've heard that when you're exercising, or it's not that you're lacking in taking in oxygen or taking in breath, but that you build up carbon dioxide and that you have to like push it out. So if you didn't breathe with then pushing it, does that make sense? That's my guess.
You're on the right track. Do we have a little bit of an echo right now? There we go. So you're on the right track. So yeah, that's basically what's happening. You're exhaling out all of your CO2. And studies have shown that, especially Wim Hof studies have shown that the oxygen content of the blood actually plummets below like what's sustainable for life, but then it shoots way up again. So what's actually happening is your blood is becoming alkaline and less acidic. And it's also, I also learned in my physiology courses there at UM that cancer cells can't live in an oxygenated environment. So there's also like, I would like to see this be studied. Maybe it already has been and I've missed it. But I'd also like to see some studies on like cancer prevention with pranayama exercise, because you're flooding your whole system with oxygen. All of these exercises improve your lungs. And that's actually a really great question. I don't know if you guys saw it. Let me pull it up one more time and read it to you. Does Kapalabhati improve the lungs? Every single one of these exercises improve your lungs. And if any of you guys exercise, whether it's just for fun, fitness, pleasure, or to compete, I notice a big difference in my cardiac output, in my and in my like longevity, especially in longer CrossFit workouts, when I'm practicing this consistently, like on a daily basis, especially twice a day. So you have your mental benefits, which I'm going to get to in a moment. But then there's also cardio benefits. So with the physiology of breathing, you guys, you know your rib cage. There's little muscles in between all of your ribs. I actually should have grabbed my little model. I have like a little model for teacher training when I teach this. So there's little muscles in between your ribs called your intercostal muscles. You have external intercostals, which, let me see if I get this right. I believe they run this way. So on the side of your ribs, they run down this way. Those are your external. Your internal intercostals go the other way. So it's like a grid, like a crisscross. So what's interesting about these muscles, I mentioned this during the, a little bit during one of the exercises just now. Your body exhales on its own through a recoil action. Your internal intercostals only work with when you're like being really intentional about exhaling. And in fact, for most people who don't run or exercise or do sports or these specific exercises, your internal intercostal muscles are actually like detrained. They're actually atrophied. And what happens is, and this can even be true for like competitive athletes. I did notice a huge, like a tremendous performance change when I was running track and when I do CrossFit now. I have more energy. So when a muscle's detrained, it's actually stealing oxygen away from your working muscles, which, let's say for a run, your working muscles are the muscles of your legs, you know, your calves, your quads, hamstrings, glutes. It's actually also your spinal erector muscles. So all the muscles along your back, it's also your core to keep you nice and upright. So if your internal intercostal muscles are detrained, they're actually stealing oxygen away from all of like the muscle groups that you want to be flooding with oxygen. So that's actually like kind of like a really detailed example of like how these exercises can help improve like, and this is, by the way, related to your lung like function and efficiency. So yes, they do, these exercises do very much help lung capacity. All of these exercises, even the most simple ones that we've been doing all morning, studies have also shown that as infants, you know, it's easy to take a full body breath. If you watch a baby breathe, their whole body breathes. But as we grow and get bigger, we tend to not, like, our breath doesn't follow the growth of your lungs, usually, unless you're like playing sports or like being active outside. It doesn't, of course, just apply to sports, but just being active outside. There's tons of reasons why you should have a consistent breathing practice. Oh, there we go. Don't want to hurt any of your eyes with how white my shirt is. So a consistent breathing exercise practice is really important, you know, whether you're active or not. And it will get, so a lot of the oxygen will stay down in the bottom of your lungs if you're not practicing these kinds of exercises. So it's literally getting like old tissue reinvigorated and moving a lot of that the old gases down at the bottom of your lungs, which is the bottom of your rib cage, is getting all of the old air down here expelled out of your body, because you don't want to keep that. It's not good for you. I know a lot of people who have worked on quitting smoking, employing these exercises, because oxygen does induce such like a happy euphoric state in your mind and in your brain. So I want to transition into like brain anatomy, which is like really kind of cool. So I was really curious, like on like the really concrete, like how and why, like what happens inside my brain that causes me to show up as such a different person for other people in my life, show up as a different person for myself in my life. I notice I'm way more organized, I'm way more calm. Problems get solved much easier and faster and more efficiently when I'm meditating. So what happens is you know, you have your brain inside your head, and there's the limbic system in your inner brain, and there's a specific structure called the amygdala. So the amygdala, it's Latin for a term that means almond shaped, and it's literally a little structure in the middle of your brain, like right here, that's like this big, and that controls is basically like your fear center of your brain. So this is one of the most like consistent study results across the board for this applies to meditation practice, it applies to prayer practice, and it applies to yoga practice. Your amygdala shrinks. It actually like physically gets smaller. People who are depressed, people who have high levels of anxiety, people who suffer from PTSD, the amygdala is enlarged. So that structure shrinks, your amygdala shrinks. And what is the other really cool part that happens is your neocortex, this front part of your brain, the part of your brain that makes us human, that separates us from, you know, monkeys and chimps. That part of your brain this is called neuroplasticity, which is a huge area of study right now, especially in regards to meditation and mindfulness. It actually increases in gray matter density. You can literally meditate yourself to be smarter, to be a better problem solver, and to be more creative. My best friend, she's a really, really prominent local artist, and she attributes meditation to like some of the work she's produced since she started meditating is remarkable. And as a businesswoman too, not many artists can straddle that line of being a businesswoman and being an artist. She's able to now, thanks to her meditation practice, to fluidly move between those two roles. And her career is really taking off. Her and her fiance, actually, they're both very highly meditated and motivated professional artists. So it definitely works at making you more creative. And there's physical changes in your brain. Gray matter density increasing just means you're literally growing more brain cells. It used to be like 10, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, it used to be believed that when cell death, like apoptosis in your brain started happening in areas like your hippocampus, which is the memory center of your brain. Early neuroscience studies said that once you lost brain cells in your hippocampus, you weren't able to grow them back, which is really depressing to think about. But now these new studies studying meditation and studying breathing exercises has actually reversed that old belief. They realize you can grow new gray matter anywhere in your brain. And with a consistent meditation practice, it puts it in your hands to really choose where and how you're growing gray matter in your brain. A couple other incredible things that breathing specifically does. And actually meditation, there's one more thing I do have to add to neuroplasticity. You'll find that those of you who have been meditating for a while, maybe you have a consistent meditation practice, it's normal to fall out of it and to go back into it and to notice very different mood experiences and how you react to life and to other people. So one of the most fascinating aspects of neuroplasticity is the compassion component of your brain, which I believe is right around here, right around your ear. It's either the right or the left. That part's escaping me, but it's right on like the side of your head. The compassion component and empathy component of your brain also increases in gray matter. So like the studies on this, like I actually have a 4-hour like PowerPoint presentation on all of this if any of you guys are interested. I really, really get deep into the changes in your brain. So we covered that the breathing exercises increases your alkalinity in your blood, which is life supportive. Acidic blood supports death. Your brain anatomy changes through neuroplasticity, increasing gray matter in the compassion center, increasing gray matter in your neocortex. And one of the most fascinating aspects of meditation, and this is something I kind of gathered and gleaned on my own through my own personal practice and in teaching others, there's increased connectivity among the different areas of your brain. So I know when I don't practice yoga a lot, which does happen sometimes, or when I don't practice meditation a lot, especially in my younger years, I noticed it'd be really hard for me to verbalize like things I was feeling, like emotions. It would be hard for me to like process different emotions. So your language center of your brain and the emotional seat of your brain, they're two separate structures. They actually don't touch. The gut feeling that you have, like your sense of intuition, that's actually a very like ancient response in your brain that we do really rely on, and we need to hone and practice that, which is a lot of what meditation creates. So since those are two separate structures, it's pretty easy to conjure an image in your mind from like a biology textbook of like the different sections of the brain all like color coded, kind of like a puzzle. If you're not meditating, those areas pretty much stay separate and isolated. When you meditate, there's actually an increased number of like synapses that grow between those different areas of your brain. And most notably, there's a greater connection between the language center of your brain and the emotional seat of your brain. And a lot of people, after they start practicing yoga and or meditation, it can be either, a lot of people are able to verbalize how they feel so much better and more articulately, which of course fosters better relationships with others, as well as a better relationship with yourself. So let me refer to my notes quickly. I want to make sure I'm getting everything in for you guys. Oh, okay. So a couple of other really incredible things scientifically that breathing does. I know I mentioned cancer earlier and the possible benefits of preventing cancer. A few things that really like strike home for me is there's an incredible TEDx talk. If you go down to YouTube, it's like 20 minutes long. When I lead yoga teacher training, I make all of my teachers watch the whole thing. There's an incredible researcher. He has a very long Indian name. I can't remember it to save my life at all. But he's talking about pranayama. And he started teaching his young children pranayama, and he started to notice an effect, a physical effect in his own practice and in his children. He noticed that in his own mouth, throughout these, like his sequence, I think is pretty similar to the one you just learned today. He noticed that he was salivating more. So he got curious and, checked on his family. Like, so he led a session with his family and he noticed that they were all salivating more during their practices as well. So being a scientist, he did a cotton swab before and after of everyone's mouths, before and after about a pranayama exercise. And he studied the enzymatic profile of these samples. And he found that in his family, protein compounds were increasing and proliferating. They were literally growing more enzymes in their saliva from these exercises. So then he launched an actual study and he found that this was happening with everyone across the board. So what those enzymes were, what those protein compounds were, there are 22 different protein compounds that prevent the onset of Alzheimer's and dementia. So through specifically breathing exercises, you're actually preventing any kind of brain deterioration occurring later in life. This actually really hits home for me a lot because I'm also a personal trainer. And for years, I trained a man who had pretty severe Alzheimer's at a pretty young age. So having seen it firsthand, it's extremely heartbreaking. And it's definitely something that I, like, through my practice and my work through Red Cheetah Yoga, that's definitely something that I'm working at, just putting that awareness out there. Like, please, like 5 minutes a day, just sit and do even a simple breathing exercise. If you do the routine that I taught you today, that one, it'll put you in such a transcendental state. Like, I completely lost myself in the moment, you know, having my quiet seat at the end of the whole practice, because pranayama is actually a setup for meditation. It's not technically meditation itself, according to ancient tradition. I've literally, like, I've had the experience where I've been so in it and so relaxed. I could feel my jaw loose and slack. I've literally drooled on myself before. Definitely not an attractive look, but when I learned that, first of all, I felt relief that I wasn't the only person who experienced that. But then I felt awe because I couldn't believe what this is really doing for our minds. So if there is one type of meditation I recommend, I do recommend your breath. There's chanting meditation, like Becca mentioned in my intro, I do crystal bowl meditation. If you want to be taken to another planet, crystal bowls are it. That one's really fun. And the last thing I really want to end with when it comes to meditation is its effect on PTSD. So there's tons of different kinds of meditation out there in the world. And it's the type of meditation that causes a transcendental experience. Transcendental experiences means that you're literally transcending your thought, you're transcending form. Like in Buddhist traditions, you know, you're really formless when you get to the essence of who you are. And there is an incredible professor and researcher at Harvard University called, his name is Dr. Fred Travis. And I believe he specifically works with PTSD. And he actually studies different brainwave states, which I didn't have time to fit that into this. But he's an incredible researcher to just search on YouTube. There's hours and hours of incredible lectures that he has. So Dr. Fred Travis is his name. And he says that only transcendental meditation has the ability to heal PTSD because it's the only one that truly will silence the chatter in your mind. So when I say transcendental meditation, I don't necessarily mean capital T transcendental, capital M meditation, which is, you know, a branch of meditation that's really rigorous and very effective. And you need an actual, like, real TM teacher to teach it to you, and then your instructor will give you your own, like, mantra, your own word to repeat for 20 minutes. What I've found in my own research and in my discovery, it's something about rhythmic sound and the vibration of it that causes that experience. So in my experience, I do also, in my own practice, I do chant. I use malas. I'm actually wearing one. This is not one I made. I actually make them. But there is a type of meditation. You guys have seen these. They're very fashionable, very popular. And usually it's a tassel and not a crystal. But I'll do that whole breathing routine. And then I'll do a chant all around my mala beads. So all of those things create a transcendental experience. The crystal singing bowls, binaural beats, the sound healing meditations are also a transcendental experience. What wouldn't be considered a transcendental experience necessarily is, you know, doing a candle flame meditation, you know, staring into a candle flame, which is still extremely, like, awakening and cleansing. So I encourage you guys to explore different types of meditation. You're going to find what's right for you in the moment and what doesn't work in the moment. But no matter what you do, stick with the practice for a little bit and you get the benefits of it after, like, a long-term consistent practice. Even if, and especially if, the practice seems stupid at first. I used to make fun of people who meditated, and here I am teaching it. All right, so I believe that exhausts all of the info I wanted to give you. We have 4 minutes left. Who has questions, comments, anything? All right, I see some questions on the chat. I'm going to address them. Okay, gray matter. What does gray matter impact? Oh, that's such a good question. Gray matter impacts your whole life because that is what your brain is made out of. Sorry if I wasn't clear about that before. So, like your whole brain is gray matter. And there's gray matter and there's white matter. I actually kind of forget what white matter is. But gray matter is basically, it's just the cells. It's like, you know, your muscles are muscle fibers. Gray matter is just like if you like open up your brain and remove your skull and you look at it, your brain is just gray. So it's called gray matter. There's actually also gray matter in your spine as well in certain areas, because your spinal cord is just an extension of your brain. There was one other question there. What is the TEDx speaker's name or link? Let me pull it up on my computer quickly. Hopefully quickly. Anybody else have questions while I'm looking up the speaker's name on YouTube? Did you guys like the exercises? Oh, go ahead, Becca.
Are there any other activities besides, I know you're talking about activities that connect the different aspects, like the different parts of the brain and how meditation helps kind of bring them more together and build those connections. Are there other things like journaling or other activities? Is there any research about other activities besides meditation that also does that?
Yes. And actually, in yoga teacher training, and I've like you mentioned in my intro, I'm a published author. The book that I have on the market right now is a journal, and it's a gratitude and goal setting journal. The combination of those two things, and gratitude journaling is one of the most powerful things you can do. It actually will connect, from a spiritual sense, in subtle energy sense, it'll connect like your heart chakra to your third eye and crown chakra. So gratitude is one of the most important practices. Gratitude, it's just like kindness. It's just like anything else. It's really a practice. And I don't know how true this is scientifically, but one of my favorite facts to, drop on people about gratitude practice is that your brain and your heart both have this radius of an energy field around them. And your heart is actually, that energy field is actually stronger than your brain's. And your energy field impacts other people when you meet them. When your heart is resonating at its strongest and has its biggest impact on people around you is when you're resonating at the level of gratitude. I would recommend a book called Power versus Force. Don't remember the author's name, but write that down. Power versus Force is probably one of the best books you can read on that. But yeah, gratitude journaling in general can have these same impacts on your brain. And that's actually something we get really deep in yoga teacher training. And when my studio opens, hopefully in the next year or so, we're gonna be doing a lot of stuff like this. The studio will be in Brickell. So let me look up this. You know what, here's what I'll do. I'll actually pass it on because it is noon. I know my time is up. I'm going to find this link and I'm going to put it up in the chat. Okay? Thank you guys. You're amazing.
Thank you, Nikki. That was great. All right. Okay. So we are going to be having a bit of a lunch break in about 10-ish minutes. But seeing as it is lunchtime, I thought that it would be fun if we did a guided mindful eating meditation. So that's going to require a snack, something probably not too messy. So if you guys want to just take a minute to go grab something, if you don't absolutely have anything, it's okay. You can participate. Just think about what you might want to eat in the next couple minutes. But I'll give you just a minute to grab that. And so basically what this practice is it's learning to really slow down and tune into what you're eating. This is a great way of showing how mindfulness can be very practical, and it can help you just enjoy the little things, the mundane things that we don't even think about. A lot of times we're just scarfing down our lunch, and it also can get you excited for eating later. So we're going to have about a 20-minute break. You guys can leave your cameras off, go make something if you want, just get a drink of water, because we have some great sessions coming up after the break. So yep, let me know once you have your food item, and I'm going to be doing a guided meditation, and it is written, I want to give credit to where credit's due. It is written by, one second, it's written by Christine Milavani, a licensed social worker, and I found it online. It's a pretty helpful script for this. And let me get back to gallery view. So does everybody have a snack or something that they can use for the exercise? And if they don't, it's fine, but just let me know. Is everybody good? Are we all set? Okay, awesome. So I'm going to just turn my camera off because I have to pull up the guided meditation. One second. All right. So we're going to begin by connecting to your breath and body. Feel your feet on the ground and notice your experience in this moment. With your awareness in this moment, notice any thoughts, sensations, or emotions that you're experiencing. Tune into the awareness or sensations that you have in your body of feeling hungry, thirsty, or maybe even feeling full. If you were going to eat or drink something right now, what is your body hungry for? What is it thirsty for? Just pay attention and notice with awareness the sensations that give you this information. Now, bring your attention to the item in your hand and imagine that you are seeing it for the first time. Observe with curiosity as you pay attention and notice the color, shape, texture, and size. Is there anything else that you notice, sense, or feel? Imagine what it took for this item to get to your hands. Sunshine, water, time, processing, and shipping. You may choose to be aware of gratitude for everyone involved in the cultivation and preparation of this item of food. You may choose to bring in your own gratitude or blessing for the food. Now, place the item between your fingers and feel the texture, temperature, and ridges. You may notice smoothness or stickiness. Again, notice if you have any thoughts, sensations, or emotions at this time. Continue to breathe and be fully present in this moment. Take the piece of food and bring it toward your nose and smell with your full awareness. Notice if you have any memories, sensations, or reactions in your body. Even before you eat it, you may notice that you begin to have a digestive response in your body just by noticing and smelling. With full awareness of your hand moving towards your mouth, place the object into your mouth without chewing or swallowing it. Just allow it to be in your mouth. Roll it around to different parts of your mouth and tongue. Notice the flavor and texture. Notice the physical sensations within your body, especially your mouth and your gut. Continue to breathe as you explore the sensation of having this item in your mouth. Next, take just one bite and notice the flavor, notice the changes of texture. Then, very slowly, begin to chew this piece of food and notice the parts of your mouth that are involved in chewing. Notice the sound and movement of chewing as you continue to notice the sensations and flavor. When you are ready, swallow the item and notice the path that it follows from your mouth and throat into your stomach. Notice the sensations and tastes that may linger in your mouth. Connect again to your body and your breath and notice your experience in this moment. Now, after you've taken your bite and really sat with that and the taste and the experience of it, you can feel free to open your eyes and come back when it feels ready, when you feel ready. All right, so I hope that that gives you a little bit of a taste. I know that's a pun, but for lunch to come. And I hope that it's something that we can remember to slow down and enjoy what we have, what we're eating, and just kind of recharge to get ready for the rest of the day. And I just wanted to just make one point is throughout the day, we're going to be learning lots of different things. And if there ever is like a practice that might feel like uncomfortable physically or just doesn't resonate with you or anything like that, feel free to participate with as much as you would like to do and challenge yourself, obviously, but there will be lots of different things today and something will stick. I'm sure there will be different things that work for different people. So thank you for doing that with me. And we will come back in 20 minutes. Yeah, feel free to go get something to eat. I'm going to go to snack myself. So thank you, everyone. And we're going to have our next speaker come back at 12:30. Hello, everybody. Is everyone back from lunch? All right. So I hope everyone had a nice lunch break. We're getting ready for our next speaker, and his name is Dr. Justin Ritzinger. He is an associate professor of religious studies whose research focuses on modern Buddhism in China and Taiwan. He spent almost a decade living, working, and traveling in the Chinese-speaking world, primarily Taiwan. The author of Anarchy in the Pure Land, Reinventing the Cult of Maitreya in Modern Chinese Buddhism, he is currently working on ethnographic study of a small blue-collar lay group in Taiwan. He has been a practicing Buddhist for more than 20 years, so please join me in welcoming Dr. Ritzinger.
Hi, everyone. All right, hang on a moment while I share my screen. Too many open windows makes it hard to find the right thing. All right. All right, can everyone hear me okay? All right, and let me get my timer set. So if you hear a chime every 10 minutes, that is just my timer making sure that I stay more or less on schedule. So my topic for today is more than meditation, mindfulness, and the Buddhist path, right? So when people talk about Buddhism in the US, very often the first thing that they think of is meditation, right? It's thought of as, right, essentially what Buddhism is all about. But if we look within Buddhist teachings, meditation is just one part of a much larger path, right? So in Buddhism, right, originally Buddhism was not talked about as a religion. The idea of a religion, the way that we think of it now, is actually a 19th century invention, right? Historically, it's really quite recent. Traditionally, Buddhism thought of itself as a magga, as a path, right? Or marga in Sanskrit, or Tao in Chinese, but it was a path of self-cultivation that one takes. Now, there are lots and lots of different ways of talking about the path, far more than we can get into. So I just want to focus on one version of the path, the earliest articulation of the path, and one that remains fundamental one way or another for really all forms of Buddhism, the Eightfold Path, right? So the Eightfold Path are 8 different factors that the individual is to cultivate on the path to awakening. So you have right understanding, right thought, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration. And these can be grouped into wisdom, right, which is right thought and right understanding, ethics, right speech, right action, right livelihood, and then concentration, right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration. And so what I'm going to do today is first talk a bit about the Eightfold Path, ending a little bit out of order on right mindfulness. To talk a bit about what mindfulness is, I'll introduce the 4 foundations of mindfulness, to talk a little bit about what this looks like in practice, at least in terms of classical methods of meditation. And then I'll end with some kind of general observations about Buddhist mindfulness and what makes it distinctive. All right, so let's begin with wisdom, right? Right understanding and right thought. So right understanding means most fundamentally the 4 noble truths, right? The 4 noble truths are basically the foundational statement of Buddhist ideas. They diagnose the human condition and prescribe the means for its cure, right? So the problem with the human condition, according to Buddhism, is dukkha, which is typically translated as suffering, but is really much broader and more subtle than that. So it is dissatisfaction or unsatisfactoriness or discontent. So dukkha is endemic in human life. Birth is suffering, old age is suffering, sickness is suffering, death is suffering, right? These are things that all human beings inevitably come into contact with, right? And are particularly close to us in our own pandemic age, right? But also not to get what one wants is suffering, to lose what one loves is suffering, to be brought into contact with things that one hates is suffering. So suffering is an endemic part of life. It's not avoidable. It's not the exception to the rule. In one way or another, it's an ever-present element of human existence. Now, why is that? According to Buddhism, that is the second noble truth, origination. Suffering derives from craving, aversion, and ignorance, right? We misapprehend the world, right? And not just in the sort of usual sense of ignorance where you just don't know something and then once someone tells you, now you know, but rather kind of active misapprehension, right? We're essentially like junkies, right? Who are forever lying to themselves and deceiving themselves about the nature of the problem that they face. So we have this kind of restless desire. We always want more stuff, right? We're moving from thing to thing to thing. So you want chocolate ice cream, you get chocolate ice cream, you enjoy maybe one lick of that chocolate ice cream cone, and then you're off to, right, scrolling down your phone, or checking out that hot guy or girl in the ice cream shop or whatever it might be, but it's always one thing after another after another. We're never satisfied by just getting what we want, because once you get what you want, you always just want the next thing, right? You want to get into school, you did. How long are you happy about it? Maybe a week. Then you want to do well in school so you can get into law school. You get into law school, you feel good about that for about a week. And then you'll want to do well in law school so you get into a good firm, and so on and so on and so on, right? Aversion is just the fear and hatred of people or things that might take away what we like. Right? The good news from a Buddhist perspective is the third noble truth of cessation. It's possible to cease to suffer by ceasing to crave, and one ceases to crave by seeing things as they are. Right? When you see things as they are, you can let go of craving and thus cease to suffer in the same way. It's not to say that things like physical pain disappear, but all of the extra psychological suffering that comes with it ceases to exist. Right? And this is accomplished through the path. And so the path is the Eightfold Noble Path that we are talking about now. Now, there's a lot more to right understanding than this, but I want to outline just one more element that's very key in terms of the practice of meditation or mindfulness, and that is the idea of non-self. So in Buddhism, there is no self or soul, right? There's no you of you, no little Becca-ness in Becca that makes Becca so Becca-y, right? Becca is just a collection of psychophysical processes, right? And we think that the I is this thing that directs all of us, right? That makes the body do stuff, that feels stuff, that does stuff, but there's just body doing body stuff, feelings doing feeling stuff, without any I that directs. You can't control even your own body. It gets old, it feels pain, even your own mind, right? You want to concentrate and you tell your mind, okay, focus, study for this test, and then the second your phone pings, you've picked up your phone and you started looking at the messages before you even realize that you've done it, right? So even our own body and mind, in a sense, don't really belong to us because there's no us there, right? It's just psychophysical process, right? The body is the body's body. The mind is the mind's mind. It's not our mind because there's no I. All right. So the second part of the Eightfold Noble Path is right thought, which is also sometimes talked about as right intent, or sometimes translated as right intent. So this essentially involves three essentially ethical orientations, right? Detachment, right? So if craving is the fundamental problem, we want to act and think with maximal detachment, right? To let things go, right? To set them down, to no longer be obsessed with things, but to let them be as they are. The second one is loving kindness, which in Buddhism has a very specific meaning of desiring happiness for other people. And compassion, which is desiring to end their suffering. So these are sort of disaggregated as two different mental factors. And then when we turn to ethics, right speech, right action, and right livelihood, right speech is refraining from false speech, right? So no lying, no saying things that are untrue. Refraining from divisive speech, so not speaking in such a way as to cause division among people, to set people against one another. Refraining from hateful speech, so no calling people assholes, stuff like that. Calling names, right? Things that are motivated or tinged with these kind of angry states, and no idle chatter, right? So even things that are simply, maybe aren't that false or divisive or hateful, but are just not really fruitful, right? Don't do anything good for anybody, that just waste time. All of those things are to be refrained from, right? So basically, 90% of Twitter would be wrong speech from a Buddhist point of view, right? False, divisive, hateful, and if not those three, almost certainly idle. So ideally, speech should be yoked to the path. And then right action. So refraining from harming living beings, from taking what is not given, and refraining from sexual misconduct, right? Which I've illustrated here with a graphic from Grand Theft Auto. So, right, don't kill folks, don't steal stuff, and right? Don't shag people when it is inappropriate for one reason or another, right? So just kind of basic ethical lifestyle, ethical discipline. Oops. And then right livelihood, right? Right livelihood just means you need to have some kind of a job that's consistent with right speech and right action. If your job involves killing living things, if your job necessarily involves lying or engaging in hateful speech, that's probably a little bit too loud, right? So if your job involves right hateful speech or lying to people or harming living things, then that is not right livelihood, right? So your job should not conflict with the other elements of ethical discipline. And then finally, concentration, right? Right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration. So right effort is preventing unwholesome states from arising and abandoning unwholesome states that have already arisen. So unwholesome states basically being hatred, ill will, lust, greed, craving, sloth, right? All of those sort of negative mental states that serve as an impediment to the path, right? When you notice them arising, you should try as much as you are able to abandon those mental states, right? When you notice them arising, you should try to prevent their arising. And conversely, you want to try to arouse wholesome mental states. So things like detachment, loving kindness, compassion, equanimity, patience, energy, right? All the kind of positive mental factors that are conducive to the path. You should try to arouse those. And when you have aroused those, you should try to develop them to fulfillment. And then we have right concentration, or samadhi, right? Samadhi is one-pointed mind, and it's associated particularly with forms of meditation known as samatha, which are calming. So these are forms of meditation that focus on an object in order to reduce distraction, to draw the mind together, to make it concentrated and pointed. And at the the achievement of samadhi is a really deep, profound mental state. So to give an example of how deep of a concentration they're talking about here, long ago when I was living in Taiwan and working as a translator for a Buddhist organization, they sent me on a 7-day Zen retreat because they wanted me to translate the subtitles for these videos that they were using for the retreat. And they thought that, for me to translate it well, I had to have the experience. So they sent me off on this retreat. So during the retreat, we were sitting in meditation about 8 hours a day for 7 days. And we were not allowed to speak except when we were on work duty. And so at one point, probably around day 4, I'm seated in meditation. I'm in a kneeling posture because I'm not terribly flexible. I can do half lotus. I cannot do full lotus at all. And I can't do half lotus for 8 hours or my knees are going to pop off. So I was in a kneeling posture to break it up. And suddenly I'm bouncing a little bit. And I think, oh, like I'm having some kind of a muscle spasm. But then I'm bouncing more. And I noticed that the tin roof on the temporary structure that we're using as a meditation hall is starting to clatter. And I think, oh, this is an earthquake. That's not a muscle spasm. And I kind of opened my eyes more widely to look at what everybody else is doing, because I don't come from earthquake country. I come from the upper Midwest, so I don't really know how to gauge these things. So I look out at everybody else and I figure, okay, if they run, I run. If they stay where they are, I stay where I am. And I look out and nobody's moving. So I'm like, okay, so this is not a big thing. And so bouncing stops. And I think, wow, well, that was definitely noticeable. And so during the lunch period when I have work duty, even though I'm not supposed to, I say to one of the other people who has lunch duty, boy, that was kind of a big little tremor we had. And the guy looks at me and he says, it's nowhere near as big as the earthquake yesterday. I had no idea that there was an earthquake the day before. So I had managed to sit through an earthquake without noticing. And so I thought, like, oh my God, was that samadhi? Like, did I actually accomplish something? You know, because I'd read about it in, you know, classes in undergrad and things like that. And so I went in to talk to the monk who was presiding, because they have sort of question and answer sessions, office hours, basically. So I go in, I say, so this is what happened. And, you know, was that samadhi? And he looks at me, he says, well, did you hear the bell that told you could get up and go to lunch? Yeah. Then no, that wasn't samadhi. But, you know, good effort. Keep it up, kid. So when they talk about samadhi, they're talking about something that is a deeper state of concentration than that, right? So not only so deep that you miss a earthquake, but so deep that you don't even hear the bell telling you you get to get up and go have lunch. So very profound states of absorption, right? Where your consciousness, your attention is so absorbed in the object that you really have no awareness of things outside of it, right? But that is only kind of a precondition for the real work of meditation in Buddhism. Samadhi is typically not thought of as sufficient. This is, if you will, kind of like a basketball player lifting weights, right? You got to lift weights if you're going to play ball at a high level, right? You've got to be strong, but you can't only do that, right? There's a sense in which it's only a precondition for the real work. The real work is done in practice, right? So if you never practice your layups and you only lift weights, that is not going to suffice to make you a good ball player. So the real practice is mindfulness, right? So right mindfulness. Mindfulness here is sati, right? Or in Sanskrit, smriti, if we have anybody right, who knows a bit of Sanskrit, who has an Indian background. And literally this is recollection or memory. But in Buddhism, it refers to a kind of attentiveness, right? A taking note. So one way to think about this is that, right, in the Buddha's day, you didn't write stuff down, right? They had writing, but writing was used for contracts, right? Sometimes royal documents, but ordinary people did not write stuff down. So if you needed to remember something, you had to look at it essentially and take mental note, right? You would attend to it in a way that would impress it on your memory. And so it's looking at things in that way. So normally we are so immersed in our experience that we're just awash in it. We can't think about it because we're too busy doing it, having it, to think about the characteristics of that experience. So once we have right concentration, right, we have restrained the mind, we have trained the mind, tamed the mind, turned it into something that has some force and some usefulness, then we're able to pull ourselves back from experience and really examine it, right? To bring the full characteristics of our experience into view. And that's what sati is about. And styles of meditation that focus on this, and there are many, are generally known as vipassana or insight meditation, right? Because you're trying to have some sort of insight into things as they are. Now, right mindfulness is associated with three mental factors. We'll come back to this, so you'll see why I'm saying this now, but it's tied to ardor, right, or energy. So this is an energetic practice, right? You have to have energy and ardor for the activity in order to maintain this kind of awareness. You have mindfulness itself, right, which is this kind of watchful, attentive quality that is trained upon the data of experience, if you will, and then also clear comprehension, right? So it's not simply seeing it, but also seeing it as what it is, okay? We're going to be coming back to that. And one other key thing about right mindfulness is it serves as kind of the guarantor of the other seven, right? So it's right mindfulness that helps you to know whether or not your action is right, whether or not your understanding is right, because we do have, right, we do have this kind of active unknowing of delusion, right, this active deception of ourselves. And so one of the things that, right, mindfulness does for us is it lets us know when we're kidding ourselves, right? It lets us know when we are misapprehending things, right? When an action is really right, or when we maybe just want to think that it's right. All right, so I want to talk now about the 4 foundations of mindfulness. So this is a particular meditative technique, or actually, this is a set of many different meditative techniques that were taught by the Buddha in one of his key meditation states, or meditation texts known as the Foundations of Mindfulness. So the first foundation of mindfulness is the body, right? And foundation here literally means to establish or set up. So these are 4 different sets of ways that one can establish or set up this mental quality of mindfulness. So the first, and they are kind of sequential, right? So they kind of go in an order. The first, the most basic, is the breath. So one is aware of the breath. Typically, this involves being aware of the breath entering one's nostrils, although some forms of meditation talk about feeling it in the diaphragm. If you want to try this, some people do have anxiety issues that can make this more difficult. So you might experiment with feeling it in other parts of the body, right? So if the nose makes you anxious, try the diaphragm, but you simply note the breath, right? And the characteristics of the breath, it's inconstancy, right? It comes and it goes, it's shallow, it's short, it's long, it's deep, right? That is the characteristic of all things. All things rise, all things fall, they go away. There's nothing that you can hold on to, right? So you begin by attending to the breath and simply trying to be aware of that. Another element of mindfulness of the body is bringing this to daily activities. So bringing the same kind of awareness of one's psychophysical process, right? All of the actions, feelings, right? The quality of all of the things that you do to your daily activities. So washing the dishes, walking the dog, whatever it might be. But there are also more active or analytical forms of mindfulness of the body, including visualization or recollection of the decomposition of the body. So these are called charnel ground meditations. So traditionally, right, bodies might be left, so there would be cremation grounds where people would cremate the dead. If somebody died far away from home with no relatives to bury him, his body might simply be left there. So in the old days, monks would actually watch bodies decay. And this is a way to see, right, to clearly comprehend the real nature of the body. So all of us are simply corpses minus time, right? Ultimately, this is just food for worms, right? I'm a lot, right? At least 20 years, hopefully closer to that than most of you guys, but even you eventually will die, right? The bodies that you're taking good care of, right, that you're working out, doing all these other things with, ultimately are going to be food for worms, right? That is the nature of the body. It's not this solid, substantial thing that we can control. It's a process, and that is the ultimate endpoint of the process. The second, give me a second, I gotta move you guys' picture so I can read my PowerPoint. The second is feeling, right? So in the second foundation of mindfulness, you're trying to be aware of feeling, and not feelings in the sense of, right, happiness, sadness, psychological kind of stuff, but more sensation, right? So pleasant, unpleasant, and neutral. So you become aware of pleasant sensations, unpleasant sensations, neutral sensations, and are simply aware of them as that, right? With nothing extra. So in both mindfulness of the body and mindfulness of feeling, you are noting these things, you are aware of these things, but without that addition of I. So the breath rises and falls, but it's not I that I'm breathing. There's no extra information that comes from that I, right? Pleasant sensations come, pleasant sensations go, unpleasant sensations come, right? Pleasant, unpleasant sensations go. And you watch these things occur and you become aware of the nature of sensation, right? Your leg starts to itch, it comes, right? You feel like you absolutely have to scratch it, but you sit and eventually it goes away again, right? It's not of a nature to stay, it's inconstant, right? It's shifting. And so this is important in terms of the larger view of the path, because these tend to be triggering, right? Pleasant sensations trigger craving, unpleasant sensations trigger aversion, right? Fear, hatred, annoyance, all of those negative emotions. And so if you're able to see pleasant sensations as simply sensations, right? Not this is happening to me and I have to respond, but just this is happening, right? It's happening and it'll go away and I don't have to respond, right? I don't have to scratch the itch. I can let it go, right? Because it comes and it goes, which isn't to say that that's what you do at all times in your life, that you never respond to anything, but you need to have the ability to do that in order to be able to respond rather than be reactive, right? Rather than simply be triggered into responding a certain way. This allows you to respond mindfully, right? With awareness in a way that is actually productive, right? And then mind, right? Awareness of mental states. There's a long list of these, but the key point here is awareness of mental states that include elements of craving and that don't include elements of craving, that include elements of aversion and don't include elements of aversion, and that include elements of delusion and do not include elements of delusion, right? And so in all of these cases, you are beginning to see the body, see the mind, see sensation as the kind of selfless phenomena that it is, right? There's not this substantial I, this enduring I that has these things. These things are all that there is, right? All of those I thoughts, those are just thoughts, right? Those are just construction of a sense of I rather than some kind of substantial I that exists. And then finally, and this is the most abstract, dhammas, right? Or elements or teachings. It has a lot of different translations, but there's a whole long list of these, but I just want to mention three. So the 5 hindrances, these are 5 negative mental states that obstruct progress on the path. The 5 aggregates are the 5 psychophysical processes into which you can divide your person. So form, right? So physical, your physical body, and also your perception of the outside physical world, sensation, perception, volition or will, and consciousness, right? So what we think of as simply being I, as being one unitary enduring thing, is simply these 5 interlocked processes. And then finally, the 4 noble truths, right? So at this last stage, you're beginning to move into insight proper, where you're seeing the world as it is, right, according to these doctrinal categories. And this is what sort of feeds back to the beginning and allows you to take right view and turn it into actual insight. So not just the ability to list the 4 noble truths, but to see the 4 noble truths in existence. All right, so what makes right mindfulness right? Let's slide y'all back over. So mindfulness in a Buddhist context is right when it is guided by right understanding. So right understanding, right view, the 4 noble truths, non-self, impermanence, right? The basic foundations of Buddhist doctrine serve as the guiding ideas for the practice of mindfulness, right? And we saw that in the 4 foundations. They're all aimed in one way or another at recognizing the non-self nature of your psychophysical experience. It's directed by right intent. So it is to be directed by these ideas of detachment, right, of loving kindness and compassion, and grounded in right action, right speech, and right livelihood. There's the idea that if you don't have right ethical discipline, right, if you're acting like you're living in Grand Theft Auto and you're right stealing cars, selling drugs, and all that sort of stuff, your life is going to be too disordered to reach the kind of deep states of concentration and deep states of awareness, right? To live that kind of life, you have to be actively deceiving yourself about what's happening. And so that's not compatible with mindfulness. And it has to be conjoined with right effort. So it is part and parcel of this attempt to subdue unwholesome states that have arisen, prevent unwholesome states that have not arisen, to create wholesome states that have not yet arisen, and to deepen and develop those that already have arisen. So Buddhist mindfulness, right, and secular mindfulness can be otherwise, is not blankness or relaxation, right? You have some elements of relaxation that are involved, right? It can be relaxing, but that's kind of a side effect, right? The kind of restorative aspects of it are not the aim, it's a side effect. Ultimately, this is about seeing things in a particular way rather than simply becoming relaxed. It's an integral part of the path. So it's not abstracted or separate from the way that you view the world or the way that you act in the world, right? So there are certain understandings of human existence and how one should live that are then embodied in practice and then are further cultivated and deepened through the practice of mindfulness. It's non-conceptual only in the beginning. So very often this is something that is said about mindfulness, and it's not so much that it's not true, it's that it's not complete. So if you're doing, right, beginning practices, right, so if you think about, just kind of basic stuff that you might do with an app, that's non-conceptual, right? You're just attending to the experience with nothing extra, because that's just how mindfulness starts. It starts off kind of heavy on the sati or the mindfulness aspect. But as you progress through those four foundations, the clear comprehension becomes more pronounced, right? So you're starting at the beginning simply with being able to notice, simply by cultivating that facility of attentiveness. But as that facility of attentiveness develops, there becomes more of the clear comprehension. So you start with seeing, and it develops into a seeing as, right? Seeing things in a particular way. And it's also non-judgmental only in the beginning. So it's very common to say that, right, mindfulness is supposed to be non-judgmental awareness. And again, when you're starting off, right, John Kabat-Zinn said this, and for his purposes, where you're teaching people in a clinical setting how to use this as a pain management technique, it makes perfect sense. But in the Buddhist path, ultimately, you're coming to a place where you see some mental states as unwholesome, and you're learning how to, right, essentially diffuse them, right? How to avoid those triggers, right? If you're sitting in meditation and you have a racist thought, that's bad, right? You don't want to have those thoughts. That said, if you're starting out, right, beating yourself up about it takes you away from meditation. Saying, I am bad, reinforces that sense of I, right? And thus mires you deeper in delusion. But as you progress, you want to see that as it is, see how it came about, see how it was triggered, so that you can avoid having it triggered in the future. All right, so that is mindfulness in the context of the Eightfold Path. Thank you very much. Questions?
I have a question.
Yep.
So some guided meditations advise like complete, like absorbed concentration, like you were describing in your story. Whereas others advise kind of being aware of the sounds around you and the feelings of the air on your body or whatever. And so sometimes when I try to do an unguided meditation, I feel conflicted between those two ideas. What would you advise?
So, I mean, typically what's the way people start with meditation in Buddhist context is you start with some particular object of concentration. Because the idea is that you can't really work with those like foundations of mindfulness, for instance, until you basically got your mind calmed, steadied, in control, right? Our normal mind, much more than we tend to realize. So it's not so much that these things in Buddhism are unconscious, but rather that they're sort of too fast, right? So our mind jumps so quickly that our ordinary concentration is not sufficient to notice that it's happening, right? It's like somebody looking at the landscape from a moving train, right? Your mind is going too fast. You're not going to be able to identify the plants when your mind is moving that fast. You've got to stop the train, and then you can look and identify the wildflowers, right? So the first step is typically forms of meditation that focus on concentration. So in a lot of forms of Buddhism, the most kind of basic entry-level meditation is just counting the breath. So you breathe in slowly, or actually you don't try to control the breath, but you breathe in and then you breathe out and you think 1, breathe in, breathe out and think 2, till you get to 10, and then you start over. And if you try that for 20 minutes, typically what people find is that they can get to 10 like the first 3 times maybe, and then they get to 5 and they start thinking about something else. And every time you get distracted, you go back to 1, right? But over the course of, right, for most people, many sessions of meditation, eventually you get to the point where you can keep going with this. You get to the point where you're not, staring at the timer on your phone to see how much longer you have, right? And once you get your mind to that point, then you can begin to move into awareness of various kinds. So focusing more on the sensation of the breathing, or right, meditation on sensations, and so on. But there's different types, and different people are different. So traditionally what you would want to do is have a teacher who over time, and typically this would be a commitment of several years, but after someone's been your student for years, you start to know them, right? You know what their difficulties are, you know what their talents are, and you can guide them appropriately. So even for me as a professor, if I have a student who has taken 6 classes with me, I know them, right? I know what they need to work on. I can tell them things that I wouldn't be able to tell someone who's had me for the first time, because I just don't know where they're at. So the teacher should be able to tailor your practice for you, or help you to tailor your practice in order to be most effective. So Srijesh asked about, right, thank you for the clear distinction of mindfulness as the therapy and mindfulness, sorry, it's not really a question, and as mindfulness and therapy and mindfulness as a magga. Thank you, I appreciate that.
I have a question as well. You were talking about how with mindfulness that it should be non-conceptual at the beginning, but eventually lead to more understanding and insight. Mm-hmm. So what would that insight, what would that look like, and how can you go into that without expecting to learn something and then putting that pressure on yourself, I have to get to this place, basically. So yeah, what would that insight, what is that type of insight?
So so one thing to be very clear is that I haven't had it, right? So my perspective on this is more theoretical in that sense, but in terms of, in part, it's kind of a recognition of where you actually are. So I'm not actually sure, even though I have you in class, I'm not exactly sure what you want to do with your life, but let's say that you want to be a doctor, right? There are things that you will expect of yourself at the end of medical school that would just be ridiculous for you to expect of yourself right now, right? So right now you have sort of the task that's in front of you, and you focus on that particular task. And I think this too is a place where having a teacher can be helpful, because they can say, you need to work on this, right? You should work where you're at right now, your mind is very distracted, just count your breath, right? Count your breath, and we'll see where we are in another month or two. And then maybe they'll give you something more advanced. Or, you know, the novice monk comes in, he's sitting in meditation, and he goes into the master and he says, you know, I'm embarrassed to admit this. I'm sitting there in meditation. I'm really trying hard to be attentive to the sensations. But honestly, I just keep thinking about sex, right? And so traditionally, the master would offer a decomposition meditation for that, right? Or a meditation on the impurity of the body. So if you have trouble with lust, you imagine the body sort of in its component pieces. So hair, right? So I mean, you look at that guy with a great head of hair, or a girl with a great head of hair, and like, wow, you know, that's really hot. But if that hair was in your soup, you would think it was gross, right? There's nothing particularly, I mean, there's nothing inherently attractive about it. So it's that conceptual overlay that we put on it. And so by imagining the body, right, the various parts of the body, the skeleton, the skin, all of these things separately, it just kind of drains that, drains all that extra projection that we put on it, right? So we think that the body is so attractive, we become obsessed with it. But if we think about it in its component parts as it is, right? So the colon that's literally full of shit, the nose that's full of mucus, it's not really all that. So Vijay asks, how do you see Buddhist mindfulness will be helpful to succeed in the current world? So it depends what you mean by succeed. So I think so one of the critiques that a number of Buddhists have made of certain forms of secular mindfulness, and for the most part, most Buddhists don't have a problem with most forms of secular mindfulness. There's nothing wrong with people using it to deal with pain, for instance, right? The Dharma is ultimately about ending suffering. So it helps people to reduce their suffering. From a Buddhist point of view, that's a good thing. But some of the corporatized versions of mindfulness, from a Buddhist point of view, would actually be considered to be a kind of wrong mindfulness. So mindfulness that is not guided by, say, right thought, right? That's not guided by detachment, loving kindness, compassion, can be a sort of wrong mindfulness, right? If it serves to aid in delusion, if it serves to aid in greed, then it's no longer helpful, right? So Buddhism contrasts right mindfulness with wrong mindfulness, and wrong mindfulness is a thing, right? So I was hoping somebody would ask something about this. I couldn't figure out how to stick it in and felt like the talk was getting overstuffed. But a good example of this is the Zen establishment during World War II, which was very much gung-ho in favor of Japanese imperialism, right? So a very famous Zen master, Harada Roshi, said, if ordered to march, tramp, tramp, or shoot, bang, bang, this is the manifestation of the highest wisdom of enlightenment. The unity of Zen and war, of which I speak, extends to the farthest reaches of the holy war now underway, right? So this was a case where meditative techniques were yoked in the service of militarism and imperialism, right? So there are kinds of wrong mindfulness, and in some cases, corporate mindfulness fits with this as well. So for instance, and then I don't mean to say that this is exclusive to Google, but there's a really famous example of this with Google, where they had, right, Wisdom 2.0 to sort of give their big mindfulness spiel, and it got interrupted by protesters, right, who were protesting the way in which Google's presence in San Francisco has led to a process of gentrification that is driving people out of their homes, right, making it impossible for them to live in neighborhoods where maybe they've been for generations. And so they protested and unfurled this thing, and I forget his name, but the head Google guy told everyone to close their eyes and check in with their body. So there are people who are literally trying to protest injustice, right? Whether you think it's right or wrong, it's worth thinking about and considering and bringing attention to. And I think that forms of meditation that close their eyes to the world, that don't have any kind of ethical grounding, are potentially problematic. All right, so it looks from my bells like we are about out of time.
Thank you, Dr. Ritzinger. We appreciate it. It was a great talk. And we're going to be moving on to our next speaker now. So I don't know if we need to switch the screen sharing.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. All right. So our next speaker, her name is Maria Miller. She is an expert at guiding her clients to ditch self-doubt and feelings of unworthiness, discover their inner guidance, and trust themselves. She's been obsessed with personal and spiritual development since she was a kid and loves teaching others how to invite ease, flow, and purpose into their life and work. Maria lives in Southern California, just 15 minutes from the beach with her husband, Derek, and has the wild good fortune of getting to support the most amazing clients. Please join me in welcoming Maria Miller.
Thank you so much, Becca. I am really, really excited to get to be here with all of you. And I feel so fortunate that you invited me here. So thank you, thank you, thank you. I really loved what Dr. Ritzinger was just wrapping up with. And so I feel privileged to get to follow his lead. And we'll talk, I know the topic of our conversation today is mindfulness, and we're going to take sort of that flavor of mindfulness and look at how we can apply it to our emotions and our thoughts and how that shapes all of our experience. So if that sounds good with everyone, we will get rolling. I'm going to share my screen with you. Let's see how this goes. Host disabled attendee screen sharing. Okay, no, I'm not going to share my screen with you.
Wait, James, can you make her a host? Because
you should be a co-host.
If you're a co-host, you can share. We just have to give you access, and it'll
okay,
be
sweet.
There you go. It should be fixed now.
Awesome. Desktop too. Let's do it. All right. So can we see?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Okay. So today's talk that I'm going to cover is why negative emotion is actually something to be happy about. And I promise I won't just leave you there. I'm also going to share some tools that you could use to support yourself through negative emotion and through releasing thoughts you think about yourself that don't make you feel good, thoughts that you think about yourself that aren't supportive. Just like Dr. Ritzinger was talking about, if you're struggling at the beginning of your meditation practice and you start to really be hard on yourself, that doesn't end up helping you. So thoughts like that we're going to talk about. So I'm going to share a little bit about me here. I get to help people do some really incredible things, like strengthen their relationship with themselves, understand their emotions, what their emotions are here to teach, what the purpose of our emotions even are, and then in that process, change the beliefs that they hold about themselves so that they can start giving themselves the love they deserve, be kind to themselves, offer themselves compassion, and watch as, number one, their confidence expands so that they can believe in themselves, do the things they want to do in the world, and then watch as that ability to love oneself really ripples into other relationships and all other areas of life. So just a fun fact, I'm a proud plant mom. I'm an extrovert who loves alone time, and I'm not sure if I'm on Team Mountains or Team Beach. I have to say, I just love nature. I love being outside. So I want to tell you some things about you. You are pure positive energy. You are wise. You are powerful. There's nothing that you can't do, be, or have. And you have everything you need inside of you to make the impact or the difference in the world that you were put here to make. And we're here to help you let it out. So the first thing we'll talk about is, why does this conversation about negative emotion even matter? First of all, when it comes to our education in school, most of us are not taught about emotional hygiene. And what I'm referring to when I say emotional hygiene is what to do when we feel strong negative emotion, how to support ourselves through it, and what impact our emotions make on us, what information our emotions tell us, and how we can really deal with them in a healthy way. And then another thing, we often have little to no idea as to the role our emotions play in guiding us to create in our life experience and in guiding us to understand ourselves on a deeper level, and to set ourselves free of some things that we might hold in mind that keep us held back. So I'm going to shed some light on emotional hygiene. I'm going to shed some light on your emotional guidance system, how you can practically use your emotions, and why you should be actually excited when you experience negative emotion, because once you understand what it's telling you, you've got a big advantage. And then I'm also going to share some wisdom with you about releasing thoughts that don't support you or thoughts that lead to negative emotion. So let me ask you, have you ever tried to suppress a feeling because you thought it was illogical? You can just like raise your hand if it, right, okay. Have you ever been overwhelmed by negative emotion in a way that was really frustrating or really disheartening? Yeah, and you can get like stuck in that space. And have you ever felt strong negative emotion and really not known what to do to help lessen its intensity? Okay, so what I prepared for you will help you navigate some of those scenarios with greater ease as you move forward. I want to see if I can see more of you. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. Okay, bear with me here. I love getting to see your faces. That's what makes this fun. Thanks, James. All right, so that's why this stuff matters. Now, to set the stage for us, I'm going to provide a little definition of terms. So the title of my talk is Why Negative Emotion is Something to Be Happy About. But before we get into that, let's sort of set the scene so you have some context. So number one, we're going to refer to your higher self, and you could conceptualize this in any way and use really any word here that fits for you. But I'll just refer to the higher self as the greater non-physical part of you that's always loving on you, appreciating you, and sending well-being in your direction. It's your connection to source. And we'll talk about thought a lot. And thought is just a vibrational offering that emanates from us in our mind. It has a frequency. And a belief is really simply a thought you're in the habit of thinking. So a misconception a lot of people have about beliefs is that once they've got it, they're stuck with it almost like forever. And just like we can change our behaviors, our habits in the physical world, we can change our habit of thinking, and we can change our beliefs in that way. And so that's something that I really love supporting my clients through, because I will tell you, even though it's totally possible, it's not something that necessarily happens overnight. And we have to know how to lay new foundations down. And then we're going to talk a lot about emotion. So the way I like to define emotion is as a response to a particular thought. Another way of putting that is a way we actually interpret the vibration of our thoughts through our emotions, through our feeling senses, and a way of perceiving if a thought you're thinking is allowing more well-being from your higher self to make its way to you, to be experienced by you, or if a thought you're thinking is slowing down the flow of well-being in your direction. So emotion is this, I call it emotional guidance, which I borrow from the teachings of Abraham Hicks, because our emotions fluctuate in response to our thinking. And once we can interpret the emotion as a response to a thought and not just this thing that has a life of its own, which they sometimes end up doing, but once we can couple them with our thoughts, they can give us really, really helpful information about our thinking. So then our emotional guidance system, which is kind of the foundation of our conversation today, is a tool that every single one of us has that you can use to tell if a thought you're thinking is allowing well-being to find you, allowing you to experience good feeling emotions in alignment with what your higher self thinks about you, or if it slows down the flow of well-being. Now, no thought you think, no matter how committed or how convicted you are with this thought, can ever cut you off from the source of well-being that from which you come. You can never cut yourself off from your higher self, but there are thoughts that we can think or beliefs that we can hold that can make it a little bit harder for that sense of well-being to find us. So for our purposes, we'll be focusing on thoughts that we hold about ourselves. This can get kind of heady if we take it to all range and all scope of thought. So for our purposes in this conversation, we're really just going to focus on the thoughts that we hold about ourselves and the emotions that we have in response to those thoughts. So I come to this work from an understanding that our thoughts and beliefs actually create our reality. I also come to this work with the understanding that our thoughts and beliefs are malleable. So if both of those things are true, how do we know which thoughts or beliefs are supportive in helping us create the reality that we desire to experience? And how do we tell which ones aren't? That's where negative emotion comes in. That's the powerful piece, the powerful information that negative emotion brings to us. So, let me make sure we're here. So let's talk a little bit more about emotion. We're conditioned, or we're taught, that there are good and bad emotions. Ones that make us feel good are good, and ones that make us feel bad are less than, are not as good. And I'm here to tell you that that is not true. Emotions are neither good or bad. They're just data points. They're just information. When you think a thought and experience an emotion in relation to that thought, it's just giving you information about the thought you're thinking. So our emotions are indicators of whether or not the thought we're holding is allowing us to flow that well-being in, is allowing that to come or not. And so because of the way our emotions work as feedback, it's a very good thing that some emotions don't feel good as others, because they let us know to be sensitive, to be curious about what we're thinking about. And I like to use the term contrast because that's not loaded. We haven't made a lot of meaning about contrast, but being able to experience positive emotion or good feeling emotions and negative emotion or feelings that are less desirable gives us this contrast, which gives us great information and helps us to figure out what it is that we want, what it is that we don't want, and move forward with greater clarity. And so, as you can see from this little graphic that I drew here for you guys, our emotions and our thoughts are always coupled. And when you are first introduced to this concept, you can be like, no. My emotions come out of nowhere. They hit me like a freight train. They are not attached to any thoughts. But I guarantee that as you bring awareness to when you experience a strong negative emotion and you get curious, what am I thinking about right now? That you'll start to see, oh, actually, yeah, there's something going on with that thing that I was holding in mind that brought this feeling on. And so I'll share with you how this made its way into my awareness. Emotions are one layer of feedback that we have in our beingness, in our bodies. And another layer is physical pain or physical sensation. And so oftentimes, if we think a thought that evokes negative emotion and we ignore that negative emotion for a long time, instead of just being emotion, that sensation gets more momentum and it becomes something we can feel on the physical level, and it might manifest as pain or some kind of sensation that gets our attention. And so I first noticed this before I was sensitive enough to realize it's the thought that's causing me to not feel good, where I would have a thought and I'd get a sharp pain in my right hip. And it was very consistent. I would be driving, no problem, just sitting there. And all of a sudden, my hip would get this sharp pain. And it happened frequently enough that I started to be like, all right, what is going on? Because it doesn't persist. It doesn't happen any other time. But I spend a lot, like when you're driving, you don't have a lot to pay attention to. Like you pay attention to the road, but your mind has a lot of room to think. And so I was noticing a particular sort of like genre of thought would elicit a pain in my right hip. Like, all right, if I would really intentionally shift my thought, it would go away. It's like, okay, this is super cool. So once we get a little bit more sensitive to it, we hope that we don't need to let things become physical pain, physical discomfort before we're aware of the implications of the thoughts that we're thinking or the beliefs that we hold about ourselves or our lives. So I saw some heads nodding, so I'm glad that resonates. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything. Okay, cool. So I'll tell you, that was one story, but I have another little story to tell you guys. As a college student and a recent college graduate, I chronically struggled with self-confidence. So on the surface, everything looked awesome. I graduated with 3.8 GPA. I taught a couple yoga classes a week that people loved showing up to, had like a loyal following. But when it came time for me to think about getting employment, like making my resume, being interviewed, my confidence just was like, no one will hire me. I don't know enough. I'm not good enough. My self-worth was just like, woo, way not in a good feeling place. And it really impacted my behavior. It impacted the jobs that I applied for, the jobs I thought I would be qualified for. It impacted how I showed up for interviews. And while on the outside, if you looked at my life, like everything looked squeaky clean and really good and really optimistic, on the inside, it didn't feel that way. And that led to me making many decisions, many choices that put me in a position that I believed I was worthy of, but not the one that I wanted, not the one that I hoped for myself or that I knew what I was capable of. And so I started to realize that there were these stories that really kept me from feeling qualified to do the work that I wanted to do. And that left me feeling pretty pathetic on the regular. And so once I started to understand my emotional guidance system, things started to begin to change. So the connection between our thoughts and emotions, they started to let me know that the thoughts that left me feeling like crap and hopeless, they had to be false. My higher self was not going there with me. When I would go, I'm not good enough. They're never going to want to hire me. I don't have enough experience. My higher self wouldn't go there, and I would end up negative Nancy in a puddle for a couple of days, feeling really desperate, feeling really pathetic. And the problem, my issue was that I believed my thinking. I didn't have the awareness to question that this thought that I hold about myself might not be true. And so learning how the emotional guidance system function, really learning like, oh my gosh, I'm getting real-time feedback all the time on whether or not this thought I'm thinking about myself is supportive of my becoming, of my evolution, of my growth, based on how it makes me feel. It was like huge. And at first it didn't mean that I had this thought and right away I was like, oh no, I don't believe you. But it gave me some space to go, maybe I could inquire about that. Maybe that's not totally true about me. So that's some of the benefit of using this process and really understanding how to use your emotional guidance system. And so from there, I worked on my own, the stories I told about myself a lot, and started to see so much improvement, so much growth. Saw myself get a job that I loved, working for a tech company, making a bunch of friends, being like, oh my gosh, just 6 months ago, I would have felt like there's no way in heck this place would have ever wanted me. And now I'm a contributor, a major contributor on my team, like a possible promotion in the next few months. Like, wow, the way things can change when we can change our minds by understanding the value of our emotions. And so everyone has a different experience with their emotions. So I would never, ever say, I can tell you, I know what it's like to feel your emotions. Some people, they're very specific. There's like very subtle changes in the flavor of emotions. For some people, they're much more general, like overarching broad emotions. And that's not so important. Like whether you have a very nuanced relationship with your emotions or it's a little bit less nuanced, but just knowing that your emotions are providing you with helpful information. They're not hindering you. They're not here to overwhelm you and make your life miserable. They're something that you can work with. And I'll tell you this too. I am a huge proponent of making space for negative emotion. I don't want anyone to take away from this conversation that we should avoid negative emotion and favor better feeling emotions at all costs. Absolutely not. We often think that our experience of emotion or like our experience of happiness in life, it would be great if it just like went up in a straight line or exponentially. But I'm here to tell you that probably, it's not really attainable because it isn't until you have a dip into negative emotion that you can realize you want more. You can realize, oh, I actually have more capacity for positive emotion. So a really realistic, optimistic, and sustainable cycle for us in our emotions is like a sine curve that's moving up all along. So that at the average of that curve, yes, we have an upward linear line, but we are not saying things are only working out if I'm feeling like A1 top of my game. It's important to honor the full range. And something that I think when I ask those questions at the beginning, do we ever tell ourselves that negative emotion is illogical or we shouldn't be feeling it? That can hold us up in our lives. When you are in a situation and you want to feel better about it than you do, and you sort of suppress or deny whatever you have going on in the background, that has you not feeling so good, it doesn't make it that you move through those things. They stay with you. And I'll just offer you guys this invitation. If you're in that circumstance where you're like, oh my gosh, I want to feel so much more excited about this, I'm going to share a process before we finish. But something really simple that you can do is in your journal or on a piece of paper, write down, I'm pissed off about this, I'm frustrated about this, blah, blah, blah. Get them out on paper or tell them to someone, get it out of your body. If emotion comes up, hold space for it, let it have its life, let it move. Emotion is energy in motion, so you won't be stuck with it. Let it move through you, and then make the list of things that you're excited about, because you're aware of them too. Like you know why you want to be excited. So sometimes we just have to clear out sort of our emotional craw so that we can get on with things and get into that space. And so what I do when I work with clients in my one-on-one and group settings is I share this 4-step process with them that consists of recognizing unhelpful beliefs, releasing that belief. We'll talk about different ways to do that. Replace it with thoughts, which I like to call baby beliefs, because remember, a belief is only a thought you continue to think. So it's like a beliefling or a thoughtling that are supportive and true. And then remember your connection to your inner knowing to anchor new beliefs. And that's where I work with people around whatever spirituality looks like to them, or whatever sort of feels real to them, to remember what's true about themselves. So I'm going to talk to you guys, in addition to understanding the importance of negative belief and how it really enables us to set ourselves free. Negative emotion, and how it enables us to set ourselves free. I want to talk to you a little bit about how to release a self-limiting belief, kind of like the one that I shared, I'm not good enough. A common mistake that we make is we notice that we have an unsupportive thought or belief, and we try to force it to be the absolute opposite. We're like, I'm not good enough. No, I am amazing. I am the best. And we can't believe that. It's too big of a jump from what the thought that we're believing to where we want to be. And so we end up going, no, that's really not true. No, that's really not true. And it kind of sends us back and forth and doesn't really help us move forward. So instead of kind of looking at that as this taboo thing over here that I don't want any parts of, that I just want to change as fast as I can, step one to releasing any limiting belief or even a loud inner critic is making peace with it. And I offer my clients these 3 A's. Acknowledge that it exists. Like, you're here. I'm not going to deny that. I have this thought. I have this belief. Accept it. I accept that you're giving me this information. I accept that I've believed this about myself for so long. And this is not something that, again, you can rush, but it's something that will help you as you move through. And then the 3rd A is appreciate it. Once you understand, wow, this thought helped me to see something I believed about myself that absolutely wasn't true, and therefore it's helping me to move forward in a different direction. Wow, like, I can appreciate you. I can be like, thank you. You don't need to have your hands on my steering wheel all the time. You could sit over there in the passenger seat and maybe play with the radio or adjust the vents on the air conditioning. But I know that I am not under your grasp. I am not in your grips. And then step 2, practice thinking thoughts that feel good and prioritize feeling good. And so when I say practice thinking thoughts that feel good, I don't mean go to that 180, because if you really don't believe it, that doesn't count as a thought that feels good. I mean, think about somebody that you love. I mean, go out in nature and spend time doing something that really fills you up. And prioritize feeling good is a really key component here. So often we're taught to prioritize getting our work done, prioritize keeping other people happy, prioritize how much money we can make. There's, all of these priorities that we need to juggle. Prioritize how clean our house is or how clean our room is. And all of those things are important. But if we don't also put how we feel on our list of priorities, we find ourselves years down the road in our lives going like, am I going to feel better in retirement? Like, when is that going to happen? And just like you can practice playing an instrument, you can practice focusing your mind and directing your thoughts to things that make you feel better. And step 3, participate in activities to slow the momentum of unsupportive thoughts. So I like to use the term momentum because, like, a thought with a lot of momentum can often become a belief it just sort of defaults. It's just kind of there for you. And it's easy for you to get caught up in the snowball of whatever that thought brings. But there are plenty of things that we can do that start to put momentum going in a different direction. And then by the nature of that, slow the momentum on that thought, and kind of, instead of trying to like rip out beliefs, like pulling weeds out of a garden really like forcefully and with a lot of, oh, I got to get you out of here, they just kind of fade off into oblivion. And then one day you'll be like, oh my gosh, I remember when I used to think this about myself. Wow, that was such a long time ago. That's so cool. I don't really feel that way anymore. So those are 3 things that I recommend for releasing self-limiting beliefs. And then activities to actually slow the momentum of thoughts. My favorite one. We all do it, hopefully every night. Go to sleep. When we go to sleep and our conscious mind is not active, all momentum subsides. Our natural state, which is one of positivity, creativity, knowing our worth, knowing that we're loved, knowing that we're appreciated, that's allowed to bubble up to the surface for us. And so it's really helpful, knowing that this happens when we sleep every night. It's really helpful if there's something on your mind before bed that you can say, you know what, this is bothering me now. I know I'm all wrapped up in this, but I know when I sleep, it's going to lose some momentum. I know that when I wake up, it's not going to have its grips on me in the same way that it has on me now. I could trust for that to happen, and let yourself drift off to sleep. And then when you wake up in the morning, if you're reminded of it, acknowledge, wow, that thought came back to my mind, but I am not wrapped up in it like I was last night. Like, it's way less intense. How cool is that? It didn't stick with me the same way. And acknowledging that's powerful, because then every time you sleep, you have this opportunity to make a shift. And then every morning you have a choice. What am I going to think about? What am I going to focus on? And that's where meditation comes in. I use meditation in my life, and I support my clients to use meditation to build their focus muscle. For the purposes that I use it, it's great for helping us rewire our brains. It's great for helping give us space between the thoughts that we think and us, so that we can remember our thoughts are not who we are. They're just a thought. It gives us that objectivity. But also, oftentimes people are like, I don't want to meditate because I know I can't stop myself from thinking. And at the beginning, that's not the point. At the beginning, the point is we decide what we're going to focus on, whether that's our breath, whether that's the sound of the air conditioner, the sound of the refrigerator humming. We're going to focus on something we don't care about very much, something we don't have a lot of charge about or a lot of emotion about. And then when a thought arises, we are going to practice bringing our minds back to that thing we decided to focus on. And so what we're essentially doing every time we bring our mind back is we're strengthening our ability to focus. We're strengthening our ability to redirect our mind. Why is that helpful? Well, when we experience negative emotion and we identify the thought that's helping bring that a negative emotion through, we're like, oh, you know what? My mind is strong enough that I could choose to focus on something else. And so that's not only are there tremendous benefits from a stress reduction perspective with meditation, but I see that as a great way to establish your emotional set point at a strong place, like really boosting on that rise that you got while you slept, and then strengthening your ability to focus and strengthening your ability to hold in mind what it is that you want to hold. Spending time in nature is another great way to slow the momentum of unsupportive thoughts and really tap into the well-being that's your birthright. Focusing on things that feel good when you hold them in mind. I have a brand new baby nephew. And so if I'm having a bad day, or if I'm stuck in a cycle of negativity, I know if I watch a video of Benny and think about Benny, it's going to put a smile on my face and love in my heart and help me shift out of that space. So kind of knowing, what are my feel good triggers? Like, what can I keep close in mind, whether it's a mantra, all's well, a person, a situation. Maybe I love being at the beach and just picturing myself there in my mind, whatever that is, kind of having that. And then letting yourself have fun, letting yourself do things you enjoy, making time for play, making time for unstructured creativity, and space for your mind to wander and be receptive. So another beautiful gift of meditation is that it helps us go from the sending mode of constantly generating thought into the receiving mode, where there's some space for us to hear our intuition, for us to hear information, wisdom from our higher self, receive guidance, and just connect with ourselves better. And so giving yourself spaciousness in your day so that you're not constantly booked, that you're not busy every minute until your head hits the pillow. That gives a lot of opportunity for you to connect with the deeper part of you, and have a stronger relationship to all that you are. And it really reinforces, well-being abounds. I'm connected to great ideas. Great ideas come to me and through me, and helps us to tune into something that feels better. So let's see, where are we next? Okay, so now I have a little activity for you guys. I hope you enjoy it. This is one thing that I shared with Becca when she was in my group program, and she liked it and asked for it. So I'm going to share it with you guys. It's called making a focus wheel, and it's helpful to use it when you don't feel as good as you want to feel and you want to make a shift. Now, it's not great for when you're like, it wouldn't have been super helpful for me when I was at my lowest low, but when you're frustrated, angry, between being angry and being bored, it's helpful. And so let's see. Okay, or when something's happened that you're not happy about and you want to shift your focus while it's still on your mind to change your point of attraction so it won't happen again. When you want to feel a little bit better, when you want to really reach for relief. So I use a Ferris wheel there, but in my notebook, I just made a circle that kind of looks like a clock. And in the middle, I write, I want to feel. And for my example that I use with them and that I'll use with you, I got married recently, and with coronavirus and everything, it got really sad. Like the whole thing about the wedding got really sad and disappointing. And I was like, I want to feel excited about my wedding. So I put in the middle, I want to feel excited about my wedding because I didn't. And then you make 10 to 12 lines off of that. And you start at one of the lines. So clearly, when I start to write here, I'm not excited about my wedding. But what am I excited about in relationship to it? Well, I'm excited to get to marry Derek. So that's the first thing I wrote down off of one of those arms of your wheel. And so you're welcome to write something. If you want to do the exercise, you're welcome to start sketching it out. And then once you come up with that first thing, it's not about rushing to write the next thing in, but about sort of sitting with that 15, 30 seconds and thinking about, I really am excited about this. I really am excited about that. And watch the next thing that comes to your mind. It's like, oh, well, we might not be able to get married with 120 of our closest friends, but we're going to get married on a beautiful cliff in Yosemite. I'm really excited about that too. All right, next thing. Think about, oh, what's it going to be like to be there? It's going to feel so cool. It's such a beautiful place. The next thought comes in, and there will be less people, so we'll be able to, be more present, be more focused with one another. Okay, cool. And as you go and build your wheel and let yourself just be present with each thing that's true for you, it's not forced. It's like you actually feel excited about that thing. It picks up speed, it picks up momentum, and you'll get the next thing and the next thing and the next thing. And then by the time you make it all the way around your wheel, look back at the center and see if you're there. You'll definitely be closer to there than when you started, and you might find that you're actually there. So we have a few minutes. If you want to sketch some of those out, you're welcome to. And I just have a few. I really only have this one more slide for you. Currently, I have a group program that enrollment is open for. And as a gift to all of you, I wanted to offer you guys a promo code for $50 off the program. It's called Know, Love, and Trust Yourself. And it's a 4-week group intensive to strengthen your relationship with yourself and finally give yourself the love you deserve, using those 4 R's that I shared, 4 R's to change how you feel about yourself, with a heavy dose of emotional guidance thrown in. So if you want to check it out, you can go to my website, theselfcarecoach.co. You can also find me on Instagram at Maria Lynn Miller, and shoot me a DM if you have any questions. But besides that, you're welcome to work on your focus wheel or ask any questions that might have come up along the way.
I had a question.
Absolutely, Becca.
Yeah. So how, something that I feel like I deal with a lot, and also we talked about this earlier with mindfulness, is having expectations of wanting to feel like a certain way, which obviously it's good to have expectations, but how do you work through not having such high expectations that you're always feeling disappointed and always judging your experience?
So for me, I can only speak for me, what was the real mover here? Everyone's journey is different and you kind of have to find your own way. But for me, you not find your own way. You have to find what resonates for you, what really has meaning and purpose to you. For me, it was understanding. It came from a place of like knowledge. Once I knew that there was no better or worse emotion. Yeah, there's ones that I like better and ones that I don't like as much. But once I really believed that all emotion has value and the ones that I don't like have even more value, like they're super valuable and super helpful, it takes the edge off in such a way that I was in a funk for a day or two, but I never got upset about being in a funk. It's like, all right, I'm in a funk. That's okay. This is part of being human. It's not all this. So for me, it was just kind of understanding what are realistic expectations. And my life is still a complete success. If I have a bad feeling hour, minute, day, my life is still a complete success. All is still well. The world hasn't stopped spinning. It just means I'm getting information and I'm being shown that there's more work that I can do here. And I'm a firm believer that life is soul school. We're here to learn, we're here to grow. And I didn't sign up, like most of us, if you're here, you did not sign up for things to be all roses and butterflies. You came because you wanted to grow, expand, have desires, bring all of us forward with you. And a natural part of that process is knowing what you don't want and being not always happy. Is that helpful?
Yes. Yeah, I think like, and that also ties a lot into mindfulness, is like the non-judgment of what you're feeling, because that I think can definitely lead to people being even more stuck when you get mad that you're feeling a certain way, or you're just like getting more and more caught up in that. So I think that that's definitely a good thing to keep in mind. And our next speaker is actually going to talk about like self-compassion. So I think that will tie in very nicely.
Beautiful. Yeah, beautiful. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. When you if you get mad at yourself for feeling however you feel or frustrated with yourself, you just compound it. You just get yourself wedged in there a little tighter. Anyone else? No. Awesome. Well, friends, thank you so much for having me here. It was an absolute joy and pleasure to get to share this with you. I feel so privileged and grateful. So thank you so much for staying on for my journey. And I would, like I said before, I would love to connect with you. Shoot me up or hit me up in the DMs on Instagram, and we'll take it from there. But thank you so much for the space. Thank you so much, Becca. It was a pleasure to be with all of you today.
Thank you, Maria. Awesome.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome, Theresa.
Thanks, Maria.
You're welcome.
Okay, so I think our next speaker is actually here, Dr. Arena. So if you're okay to start a little bit early, we can, and I'll just introduce you really quick.
Sure.
So Dr. Arena completed both her, one second, just went away. Dr. Arena completed both her undergraduate and graduate training at the University of Miami with a focus on adult clinical and health psychology and neuropsychology. She developed an interest in mindfulness while working at Sylvester Comprehensive Cancer Center in the 1990s and studying the impact of mindfulness on health. Dr. Arena has facilitated the mindfulness group at the University of Miami Counseling Center for the past few years and regularly integrates the use of mindfulness in her clinical practice. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Arena.
Thank you, Becca. Thank you all so much for inviting me today. So yeah, it was great to be able to hear Maria's talk, and I think what we're talking about right now about self-compassion is a great segue, because sometimes there are situations that we can't change, and that even now with the pandemic, right? So something that we're all in together that we can certainly find healthy adaptive ways to cope with, but at the end of the day is a tough situation in so many ways. A lot of what's going on in our country, plus everything that's going on in our personal lives always, so many different things. And self-compassion is all about how do we coexist with the things we can't change, and do so in a way that reminds us of how to be kind with ourselves, how to be compassionate and understanding, and treat ourselves with the same non-judgmental acceptance that we often offer to everyone else in our life, especially people we care about. And yet we can be so harsh on ourselves sometimes. So self-compassion was developed by Dr. Kristen Neff. Like, well, of course, not developed, but the increased awareness of the importance of self-compassion and how to tap into self-compassion is a body of work that Dr. Kristen Neff has really focused on over the last couple of years. And if it is something that resonates for you, I invite you to check out the selfcompassion.org website. So today we're going to be talking a little bit about how to incorporate self-compassion into our daily life. And also, we're going to do a guided exercise known as the loving kindness meditation, which again helps us to tap into that kindness towards ourselves, towards others. And that is a building block to self-compassion as well as compassion towards everyone else. I did want to share something with you. We won't have a chance to do that now. Let me see if I can share it from the file here. So there is a self-assessment called a self-compassion self-assessment. And oh, here, okay, let me see if I can send it to everyone. So, I invite you to do this on your own time. Will this let me share? Let me see, file. If not, I'll send it to you all by email, and maybe you can distribute it to the people who are participating. So yeah, I can't figure out how to share it. So I'll send it to you all later. But so after we talk today, I invite you to do the self-assessment, and it'll give you just a little bit of a quantified overview of how nice are you to yourself. And it also gives you some food for thought. These are some parameters that I might be more attentive to gauge, am I being compassionate towards myself or not? So I'll send that out to you all. But I wanted to start by sharing something called a self-compassion break. And a self-compassion break is a way of slowing down and taking just a few seconds to tap into that intentional compassion that we want to bring towards any moment where we might feel stressed, might feel overwhelmed or sad, or any kind of emotion that's coming up that we may not entirely know how to deal with. And a self-compassion break is about taking that time to honor, to accept our humanness, to let go of any expectation of perfection, which is not to say sometimes people confuse self-compassion with like acceptance in the sense of not wanting to change. Excuse me, my voice is leaving. But so self-compassion is not about not wanting to change or grow. But where it differentiates from giving up or giving in is that self-compassion incorporates wanting to change because I care about myself, because I want what's good for myself, as opposed to wanting to change because I don't approve of myself or because I'm unacceptable or flawed or wrong or bad. So it's about changing the underlying process and tapping into that desire for growth, and because I love myself and because I want to be kind to myself. So self-compassion break is a way to do that, to take a moment to, one, recognize this moment of suffering, this moment of stress. And self-compassion has three elements to it. One is known as a mindful awareness, as opposed to over-identification. So being able to take that observer role to say, okay, I recognize this is a really tough moment and I'm here for me, and I know I'm going through a lot right now, and that's okay. The second tenet or element is called the common humanity, as opposed to isolation. So in those moments that we're having a lot of difficulty, remembering, I'm not alone in this. People suffer. It's part of humanity, part of being human. We all struggle in our lives. So that step of feeling connected with others in this moment of difficulty and normalizing and validating it. And then the third step is tapping into that kindness as opposed to self-judgment, which was mentioned before. So in knowing that this is a tough moment and knowing that I'm not alone in this, how do I really direct that kindness towards myself and talk to myself in a non-judgmental, accepting way, reminding myself, to use language that encourages me to find, may I find the compassion that I need right now? May I treat myself with the kindness that I need right now? So the self-compassion break is about taking just a few moments to go through these 3 self-statements. And a big part of it is designing what speaks to you as an individual. So I'll give you some general suggestions and then we can run through a self-compassion break together as a group. But the goal is to find what resonates for you. So for that first step, what I'll invite you to do in just a few minutes is to first try to bring to mind some kind of current situation that has been difficult for you, something that has been stressful, something that has been, I think, finals are coming up. Everyone probably can relate to, as I said, so much is going on in the world at large. I think we can all relate or think of some situation that brings up some emotion, some distress, discomfort. Now, of course, this is a group exercise. So, it's probably best not to bring up anything that is very overwhelming or very difficult at this point, just to try to get your feet wet with this technique. Find something that is stressful, but not entirely overwhelming right now, just for the practice purpose. Once you bring that to mind, we'll walk through trying to bring that to connect with that situation. And then we'll be selecting 3 statements that reflect those 3 steps of self-compassion. The first statement should be something in the vein of this is a moment of suffering. So I'll leave it up to you all to find a statement that resonates for you. But some suggestions might be, this is really hard right now. I'm really struggling right now. This hurts. This is a stressful situation. Or, this is a moment of suffering. The second statement will be tapping into that idea of suffering is part of life. And again, I invite you to find a statement that resonates for you, but some ideas might be, many people feel this way. I'm not alone. We all struggle in life. It's normal to feel this way. Suffering is part of being human. So something along those lines, And then the third statement will be one that taps into that kindness, that self-kindness that we're trying to connect with. And the idea is to use some language that supports that sense of kindness for you. But some suggestions might be, may I give myself the compassion that I need right now? May I learn to accept myself as I am? May I be strong? May I be patient? May I forgive myself? Or for some people, even taking a step back into this observer role and talking to yourself as a separate person. You might even find it effective to use a nickname or a pet name that you associate with, how people you care about see you. And you can say to yourself, I care about you. I am here for you. So anything that brings up that sense of caring and connection with yourself. Okay, any questions about this exercise before? And I don't know if everyone can unmute themselves or put it in the chat, but feel free to join in and participate. Does the self-compassion break sound doable and clear to everyone? Mostly? Okay, so let's just take a moment to get comfortable in whatever location you are. Just sit back, try to bring to mind a situation that's causing you some stress, some discomfort. Just call the situation to mind. Try to bring up that sense of stress, that emotional discomfort in your body. Get in touch with the situation for just a moment. What happened? What might happen? What do I worry about? And now say to yourself these phrases that help you tap into a sense of compassion. And you may even, if you are comfortable doing so, place your hands on your heart or touch yourself in a way that's soothing to you. and say, this is a moment of suffering. I am struggling right now. Suffering is part of life. I'm not alone in this. May I be kind to myself. May I give myself the compassion I need right now. Then, when you're ready, just bring the exercise to a close. Noticing, how your body might feel right now. Noticing what emotions might be coming up for you right now. Just allowing yourself to be in this moment. And when you're ready, you can open your eyes and come back to the room. So is anyone comfortable sharing a bit about how they felt, or if they noticed a difference between when they were thinking of the stressor and after the self-compassion break?
Yeah, I just want to say that when I did it, I kind of think of how I go about like comforting my friends and like how I guess assure them that they're going to be fine and everything. And I guess I rarely take that approach to myself. So I felt like I was being comforted by myself in sort of a weird way.
Yeah, I really appreciate your bringing that up. And it's so true. I think for so many people, for myself included, absolutely. The stuff I say to myself, I would not say to anybody. So, sometimes coming to that realization can give us a different perspective, and think, okay, how would I treat someone else? And little by little, creating the habit of treating myself with that same warmth and acceptance and just compassion. So yeah, I appreciate you bringing that up, and I think that can be a very useful technique in connecting with the way I want to learn to speak to myself. Does anyone else have any reactions or comments about the exercise? Okay, so and I did forget to mention, I believe, so I'll give you all information at the end, but I am one of the psychologists at the counseling center. So for any participants who are students, you're welcome to, well, anyone is welcome to reach out to me, but the counseling center services are available to all students. And I'll give you my contact information if anyone has questions later or wants to talk more about what we're discussing here today. So, but the other exercise I wanted to do, which segues from the self-compassion break, is the loving kindness meditation. And the loving kindness meditation is a particular type of meditation that helps us really tap into this sense of kindness and love towards ourselves, towards others. And there's a growing body of research about the loving kindness meditation and really solid findings. Again, I'm happy to give you references if you are interested in that later. But there's a growing body of solid research showing that practicing loving kindness, even 2 to 5 minutes a day, will actually show some very measurable benefits in terms of decreasing self-criticism, increasing positive emotion, decreasing self-destructive thoughts, decreasing pain for people who have chronic pain, increasing resilience. So even just 2 to 5 minutes a day of just making some positive statements, some loving statements to yourself can actually, really bring a measurable change. So again, if this is something that resonates for you, I invite you to incorporate it into your life in whichever way fits for you, and just try it out and see, see if what you notice. But for the exercise, let me give you all a little bit of an overview of what we'll be doing, and then we can go ahead and start. And when we start the exercise, I'll be turning off my camera just to minimize distractions so you can focus on the guided exercise. Again, I know most people have cameras off, so I will just make the reminder that, please make sure you're in a spot that you can meditate. So, not driving, not, doing something like cooking or, in front of an open fire or anything like that. So, we're going to be doing an exercise that will require, or will hopefully get you in a mindset of relaxation, and, just I imagine you've done other meditation exercises throughout the day. I'm sorry I couldn't join earlier, but yeah, so just making sure you're in a place that is conducive to meditation. So what we'll do is we're going to start, as usual, just getting into a meditative mindset, focusing on our breathing, relaxing our body, and then I'm going to be suggesting some different statements that are conducive to that loving kindness. We're going to start by developing a sense of loving kindness towards ourselves. So having ourselves in mind as we repeat these statements. Next, I'm going to invite you to think of someone that you care about, someone that loves you, someone that you love and that you hold dear. And we're going to be repeating these statements to that person in your mind's eye. Following that, I'm going to ask you to think of someone neutral, someone that you might not know quite as well, someone that you run into, just casually occasionally, and sending that loving kindness to that person. The next step will be to think of someone that you don't get along with as well. And again, I'll leave it up to you to decide who, but for the purposes of this first exercise, it's often best not to bring to mind the person you have the most severe issues with in your life, but someone that might be stressing you out a little, or someone that you might have had a bit of a disagreement with, or someone who you don't necessarily see eye to eye with. And with that person in mind, I'll be walking you through some statements of loving kindness to send to that person. And then from there, we will be broadening the scope of our love and thinking of the whole world, the whole universe, every being in the universe. And with that broad picture in mind, sending these statements of loving kindness just out there. So that's going to be the format of the exercise. And then we can talk about it a little bit and see how people feel. Okay. All right, I'm going to turn off my camera so everyone can just focus on the exercise. And just take a moment to get comfortable wherever you're sitting or lying. And just try to find a pose that's relaxed but fully supported. Allow the surface that you're on to fully support you. Just let go. Allow your hands to rest comfortably. And if you're comfortable, you can allow your eyes to close gently, or just allow your gaze to settle on a fixed spot. As you become increasingly aware of your body, of your breath, as you inhale and exhale, just allow your breathing to find its own rhythm. Just noticing what's here right now. There's nowhere else you need to be, nothing else you need to be thinking of. This time is for you. Just open to whatever is to be experienced in this moment. Trusting that you will take from this exercise just what you need. Take a moment to connect to your breath, noticing the wave-like movements of your belly. This is a practice to cultivate loving kindness. We all have within us the natural capacity for loving kindness. Love that is unconditional, open, gentle, supportive. Loving kindness is a natural opening of your compassionate heart to ourselves, to others. We begin by developing loving kindness towards ourselves, allowing our hearts to open with tenderness. So take a moment to allow yourself to remember and just open up to your basic goodness. You might remember times when you've been kind or generous. If it's hard to acknowledge your goodness, just look at yourself through the eyes of someone who loves you. How does that person see you? Or you may recall the unconditional love that you received from a parent, from a friend, from a pet. You may even bring to mind an image of yourself as a child, tapping into those tender feelings of kindness that sometimes flow more easily. And as you experience this love, notice how you feel in your body. Maybe you feel some warmth. Maybe you notice a smile on your face, a sense of expansiveness. This is loving kindness, a natural feeling that's accessible to all of us, always. Just rest in this feeling for a moment, letting yourself bask in the energy of loving kindness, breathing it in, breathing it out, inviting the feeling of peace and acceptance. As we begin now to wish ourselves well by extending words of loving kindness, I'll be offering you some guidance through suggested phrases. But I invite you to alter these phrases and choose whatever words speak to you, whatever language expresses your wishes of loving kindness towards yourself. Listen to each phrase and repeat it silently to yourself, connecting with the feeling each phrase evokes. Keeping that image of yourself in mind, repeat to yourself, "May I be filled with loving kindness. May I be held in loving kindness. May I feel connected and calm. May I accept myself just as I am. May I be happy. May I know the natural joy of being alive. May I find inner peace. Just sit with these feelings of kindness and love and acceptance for a few moments. And now you can open the circle of loving kindness by bringing to mind someone who's dear to you. someone who you care about. Maybe a person or a pet. Reflect on their basic goodness. What you especially love about them. Tap into that sense of appreciation and speak to them in your mind as you say, may you be filled with loving kindness. May you be held in loving kindness. May you feel my love now. May you accept yourself just as you are. May you be happy. May you know the natural joy of being alive. May you find inner peace. Just allow that sense of love to involve you and your loved one. And sit with that energy for a moment. And now, again, you can open the circle of loving kindness and bring to mind a neutral person, someone you might see regularly but don't know so well, maybe a neighbor or an acquaintance. Bring this person to mind now. And with their image in mind, say to them, may you be filled with loving kindness. May you be held in loving kindness. May you feel my love now. May you accept yourself just as you are. May you be happy. May you know the natural joy of being alive. May you find inner peace. Just allow that sense of loving kindness to involve you and your loved one and your neutral person. And just sit in that energy for a little bit. As you now open the circle of loving kindness and bring to mind someone with whom you may have had some difficulty, some tension, some differences. Bring the image of that person to mind, reminding yourself to see this person as a whole being, a being deserving of loving kindness, person who feels pain, a person who also suffers. With this person in mind, extend to them the words of loving kindness. May you be filled with loving kindness. May you be held in loving kindness. May you feel my love now. May you accept yourself just as you are. May you be happy. May you know the natural joy of being alive. May you find inner peace. Just allow yourself to sit within this loving kindness, including yourself, your loved one, your neutral person, the person with whom you've struggled. Just sit in this energy for a moment. And now, allow your awareness to open out in all directions, to include yourself, your dear ones, all people, difficult people, people you don't know, all beings, humans, animals, plants, all of life everywhere. People who are living in richness or poverty, war or peace, hunger or abundance. Allow your awareness to encompass all of the joys, all of the sorrows that all beings experience. And in this wide open awareness, repeat to yourself, may all beings be filled with loving kindness. May all beings be happy. May all beings feel my love now. May all beings accept themselves just as they are. May all beings experience the natural joy of being alive. May all beings find inner peace. May all beings awaken and be free. Allow yourself to sit in the sense of great loving kindness and take in this energy for a few moments. And as we get ready to bring the exercise to a close, remind yourself you can continue to extend kindness to yourself, to others, at all times. You can begin now to tune in to your surroundings again. Start noticing the sounds around you. Noticing the surface beneath you. Taking a moment to become aware of your body. You may wiggle your toes or stretch your fingers. You may want to move your neck. Becoming more and more alert. And when you're ready, you can return to the room, open your eyes, feeling refreshed and alert. Okay. So is anyone comfortable sharing about their experience, anything they noticed? How easy or hard was the exercise for you?
One thing I noticed about the part where we were asked to like extend loving kindness to someone who we had some disagreement with is that it kind of allowed me to separate the person from the disagreement. Like sometimes, you know, the disagreement can kind of completely take up your perception of that person. You only think of them in relation to that disagreement, and so it kind of allowed me to think about them separately and extend more care to them as a person.
Mm-hmm. Great, yeah. Thank you for bringing that up. I think that's such a core part of loving kindness and self and compassion, right? That idea of seeing that person as a human being, which again doesn't mean that we can't have differences of opinions or that we can't have situations where we need to address real issues. But sometimes taking that step back and being able to connect with the essence of the person can make a difference, even in smoothing the way to those communications and to those conversations. So was it any harder or easier to see the different people? Did anyone notice a difference in their ability to connect with a loved one or the neutral person or the person they were having issues with?
I'd say it's a little harder for me to connect with the neutral person because, you know, you don't really know them that well and you haven't had that many interactions. But as you go on and you try harder, you kind of still recognize them as a being, just like the person, like your loved one or your the person you have disagreements with. So like it's a little difficult at first, but then you recognize that anybody, even people that you don't know, strangers, they're kind of connected in that same essence. So like when you extend it to, like you said, everyone in the universe, you think of people that you don't know, or I mean like anyone really, and it becomes easier to extend that love to them even though you don't know who they are and they don't know you.
Right. Yeah. So it's a ripple effect, right? And it's again interesting to notice as you start creating this habit of doing so, how you change, you know, like how our emotions change, our connections change. Does anyone else have any comments, reactions, questions about any of what we touched on today? Okay. Well, thank you all so much for inviting me to join you here. And you know, I think this is such a wonderful set of skills to be able to build. I can share just a slide with some basic information about the counseling center. If I don't know if I can. Let me see. Am I allowed to share?
Yeah, you're a co-host, so you
Okay.
can. Yeah, you should be able to share your screen.
Okay. Let me see if I can do that. Share screen. Okay, so there you go. So yeah, oh, wait, that's not the right screen. Sorry about that. Okay, let me try again. Wow. Okay. Nope, still not. I'm not quite sure what happened. Oh. All right, more. Okay, maybe not. So let me see if I can, I'll try one more time.
This looks right. I think you
Oh.
might be sharing it.
Oh, I am? Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So do you see this? All right. So yeah, this, I don't know if, okay, thank you. So just so you know, the counseling center, we right now we're working virtually, but all the services are still up and running. You can always contact us for a brief assessment. This model kind of shows you that, you know, if you reach out to the counseling center, you'll connect with someone, and you know, within one day or two, you can come in and have a 30-minute appointment to get a sense of what's going on, what kinds of resources might be helpful to you. We have a mindfulness group every semester, and you're welcome to attend. We do a number of different kinds of exercises. I usually run the group, and my goal is to introduce a range of different ways of incorporating mindfulness into your routine, even if it is in little bits, you know, because we all have busy schedules. So we talk about some of the more traditional forms of mindfulness. We talk about loving kindness and just different ways to incorporate mindful living into our daily lives. And these are just the hours, phone number. Feel free to follow us on social media. There, the website has a lot of information as far as additional resources. There's also a really cool app that's free to anyone who's a student. It's called WellTrack, and WellTrack has a portion called the Zen Room. So within the Zen Room, you can actually do different kinds of mindfulness and meditation exercises. So I invite you to check it out. It's if you go to the Counseling Center website under resources, you can find a tab that says WellTrack, and you can sign in with your ID. So, but as I said, my name is Patricia Arena. If you have any questions, please feel free to, let me stop sharing here. I think there might be some questions on here. So yeah, please feel free to, oh, is the group therapy virtual? Yes, yes. So all the groups are virtual. We've continued doing groups. It's been a really interesting experience, actually, to see how Zoom has enabled us to continue groups, and you know, just so yes, they are virtual for right now. Next semester, we'll see at what point the university feels comfortable reopening, you know, face to face. But the services still are all available, and yeah, there's a lot of research and a lot of information about how mindfulness can help any kind of mental health condition, whether it's, you know, just day-to-day stress, whether it's more acute conditions like depression, bipolar disorder, you know, any kind of mental health condition can be helped by having these moments where we can step back and focus on ourselves, on rebuilding our sense of self, on having intentional tools to kind of quiet some of the noise sometimes that can be a big part of what causes distress. So, you know, as I said, if you have any questions, please feel free to email me, reach out. But yeah, I think there's a lot of different ways in which mindful practice can add to our quality of life. So any other questions? No? All right. Well, thank you very much for inviting me to join you all today.
Yeah,
Dr.
thank you.
Arena?
I had a quick question. The online group therapy, I know that the counseling center, isn't it part of like the ethics, or I don't know, their requirements that people being seen have to be in Miami? Because I saw that on their website. So if you're a remote student, can you do the group therapy if you're not in Miami, or not, or can you not?
So Florida, you know, yeah, unfortunately, that's one of those things that, yeah, the licenses, whether, you know, any kind of mental health, actually medical licenses too, are bound to the state. So, you know, yeah, you do have to be in Florida to participate in the group. However, the workshops are open to anybody. So the distinction, it's kind of that fine line distinction of therapy versus not therapy. So you can participate in a workshop no matter where you are. And the mindfulness group, you know, that's a good question, but I think it can certainly qualify a lot as a workshop because it's more experiential. So, you know, again, we can revisit that next semester when we start up groups again, but all the workshops are open, and the crisis services, the phone number is a 24-hour line. And if you need to reach out, if you are in a crisis, you can call from whatever state you're in, whatever country, so the state restriction is limited really to ongoing therapy. Okay. But yeah, thank you for asking that. That's a good question because it's one of those things that we don't worry about when we're working face to face. So yeah. Any other questions? All right, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very welcome.
All right, so we're nearing the end of today's retreat. I thought we could do a quick closing meditation. So strap in for one more. I'd advise stretching a little bit. We've been sitting a long time. So, getting any tightness out, maybe standing up, turning around, whatever you need. All right. So this meditation, the script was created by Hugo Alberts and Lucinda Poole, and I found it on the website positivepsychology.com. It was a part of a 3-pack of meditations, which you can also download completely for free if you wish, and you're able to share them with clients or customers or anyone that you need. So this one is called Eye of the Hurricane meditation. And it's a guided imagery meditation. So find a comfortable position. Sit tall with your back straight, but let your shoulders relax. Let your hands rest in your lap. And when you're ready, or maybe you already have, gently close your eyes. Let's take 3 deep, slow breaths to begin. Become aware of your body sitting here. Notice the sense of contact between your body and the seat beneath you. Notice your feet on the floor or on the bed, wherever they may be. Notice your clothes against your skin. Now I would like you to consider a hurricane. Within the strong, turbulent winds of a hurricane, the eye, the center of the hurricane, is quiet. There is no wind and no movement there. For a moment, picture this idea in your mind. Can you visualize the strong, turbulent winds of a hurricane and the inner core, which is peaceful and quiet? Let's see if you can become like the center of the hurricane. Your current circumstances, your thoughts, your feelings, and the sensations throughout your body can be compared to the winds of a hurricane. Is it possible for you to let go of all these things for a moment so that you are no longer taking part in them. Like the center of a hurricane is not taking part in the turbulent surrounding winds. To do this, start by focusing on your breath. Simply breathe in and breathe out. Begin to focus inward. Just like the eye is deep within the hurricane, your eye is deep within you. Use your breath to connect to this part of you. Simply breathe in and breathe out. Stay connected to your breath. If anything stressful happens in this moment, such as negative thoughts, unpleasant feelings, annoying sounds, difficult memories, try to look at them as if they are the turbulent wind of the hurricane, whirling around, continually changing, unpredictable in nature. Notice that you are not them. You are the silent center of the hurricane, peaceful and at ease. You are not reacting. You are simply observing. Like the wind of the hurricane, these experiences are constantly moving and changing. You, on the other hand, are stable. You are not moving or being carried away by them. As you are breathing, notice how you move more and more towards the center of the hurricane, towards the eye. You are in a safe, peaceful place now. Just breathing in and breathing out. As you sit here, connected to your eye, notice whatever arises. Notice the winds of the hurricane, but do not participate. Notice thoughts, notice feelings, notice sensations. Continue to watch the ever-changing nature of the world inside and outside you. No matter how intense or bad the hurricane gets, the eye is always centered, calm, and at ease. Even the most turbulent hurricane cannot hurt or harm the eye. The eye is safe. Whenever you feel you need to restore your inner peace, use your breath to connect to this silent part of yourself. Just breathe in and breathe out. Visualize the hurricane with yourself in the center. When you are ready, slowly bring yourself back. Allow your mind to become fully awake and alert while still feeling relaxed. Open your eyes if you haven't already. Stretch if you need, and enjoy the rest of your day.
All right, everybody. That brings us to the end of our retreat today. I hope you guys got a lot of good techniques from it. Thank you so much for our speakers for coming out and sharing that information with us. I think Maria's still here. Thank you for everyone for coming out. Let us know, I'll put in our email in the chat if you guys want to request any additional information. I know some people wanted names and things, so I'll put my email in the Miami Mindfulness email in the chat. And you can contact us through there. Again, we are Miami Mindfulness. We have meetings every Monday, and we'll be picking back up next semester because the semester is coming to an end. So everyone enjoy the rest of your day. Yeah, James put it in the chat. Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you for everyone who came today. I hope you have a great rest of your weekend.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for the wonderful
This is wonderful.